Chapter 1447, Monster-like Mysterious Expert. Silence dominated the area as every player stared at Featherwind's motionless corpse. Although Shifeng had not used any impressive techniques or skill, everyone was petrified. They even forgot to breathe. What just happened? The Vice Guild leader is dead. Just what did he do? Everything had happened so quickly that by the time they reacted, Featherwind, a top-tier expert and Matchless Family's Vice Guild leader, was already dead. He died? This is impossible. That's Featherwind we're talking about. He might not rank among the top 10 in Cold Wind City, but he is still a top-tier expert in the top 20. How could an expert like that die so quickly? Even Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, couldn't achieve such a feat. Could he be Lifeless Thorn? Lifeless Thorn is a berserker. That guy is a swordsman. There's no way he's Lifeless Thorn. Commander, do you know who that guy is? Even Aurora Sword's members were astonished. One of Cold Wind City's top 20 experts had died in one hit. If news of this matter got out, it would shock everyone in the city. Solitary 9 stared at Shifeng in confusion, his mind spinning to figure which expert in Cold Wind City this man was. As for the possibility of Shifeng being from somewhere else, that was practically impossible. The only way in or out of the Cold Wind City region was through the Snow Rift, a forbidden land for players. Current players couldn't even enter the map, much less cross through it. This was why the city's players were so afraid of Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty. Should they provoke either power, their life in Cold Wind City would become a living hell or end completely. However, no matter how Solitary 9 racked his brain, he couldn't match any of the city's experts to Shifeng. Even Cleansing Whistle, the strongest swordsman in Cold Wind City, was only ranked 6th. Moreover, Cleansing Whistle was a woman, not a man, making it impossible for her to be the mysterious swordsman expert before him. I'm not sure either, but you should get ready. We'll use this opportunity to escape in a moment, Solitary 9 said in the team chat after pondering the situation for some time. Now that Featherwind was dead, the 100-plus experts from Matchless Family had lost their commander. Hence, they had a high likelihood of escaping. Moreover, they had an expert like Shifeng to hold the line, which further increased their chances. Featherwind had over 30,000 HP. Although he was an elementalist, the fact that Shifeng had killed him without using skills meant that he could kill an MT of the same level with a handful of attacks. If Shifeng's attack speed was high enough, he could even finish off an MT before the enemy healers could react. As long as no one could pin the swordsman down, their party could safely retreat. Suddenly, Matchless Family's members snapped out of their daze. Their leader had died, yet they had stared blankly at the killer for so long. They all discarded their fear and pounced on Shifeng. Die! Brat, you're dead. You dare kill our Vice Guild leader? From today on, we'll hunt you to the end of the world. The Matchless Family's experts charged at Shifeng. They were so focused on killing the newcomer that they ignored Aurora Sword's members. They all understood that if news of this reached Cold Wind City, they could kiss their lives goodbye. If they let Shifeng escape after killing Featherwind in front of them, what hope did they have of mingling in Cold Wind City? Fireballs, frost arrows, and arrows flew towards Shifeng from all directions. Watching from a distance, Solitary 9's expression darkened. Not even a shield warrior like himself could block so many attacks at a time. He'd be lucky to block 60 or 70% of the attacks. If dozens of attacks hit him at once, he'd only last a few seconds even with shield wall active. However, a galaxy of stars suddenly formed around Shifeng. These stars crushed the various spells and arrows as they came within 10 yards of the swordsman. It was as if the stars had formed a magic barrier around Shifeng. No matter how many attacks flew towards Shifeng, none of them hit their mark. In fact, the bombardment hadn't even reduced Shifeng's HP by a single point. What kind of skill is that? Every player watching was stupefied. Meanwhile, after Shifeng had deflected a volley, Matchless Family's dozens of melee players moved into strike. Charge, chop, shadow assault, flame slash. One skill after another collided with Shifeng's sword's orbit. Pung, pung, pung. The moment these melee players encountered sword's orbit, they were thrown backward like cannonballs. Some nearly lost their grip on their weapons from the powerful impact. Moreover, these melee players had lost a visible chunk of their HPs. Even the Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors lost over 2,000 HP, and they had only received the damage from assaulting Shurfong with their shields. The other classes lost around 4,000 HP. 4,000 damage would even reduce an MT's HP by 1/10. How is this possible? Solitary 9 and his companions watched, dumbfounded. Don't be afraid of this trash. We have healers to recover our HP. I refuse to believe his skill can last forever. A member from Matchless family shouted to his team. The other members nodded in response. They eyed Shurfong from the sidelines, waiting until the duration of whatever skill he was using came to an end. What? You don't want to play anymore? Shurfong shook his head and chuckled when he saw his opponent's hesitation. Since you won't come to me, I'll come to you. He had simply focused on defense to get a better idea of these players' combat standards. He had only instant-killed Feather Wind to instill shock and fear into these players. Now that the enemy commander was dead, the remaining 100-plus experts were little more than test subjects to help him understand players' standards in the Ice Crystal world. Following which, Shurfong advanced and instantly appeared before a level 44 Shield Warrior, the sacred sword in his hand smoothly descending from an angle that the Shield Warrior couldn't evade. So fast! The Shield Warrior raised his shield in a panic. At the same time, his feet also unconsciously took a step back. The instant killing ray met the fine gold-ranked shield. It left a scar in the metal, and the resulting impact threw the player over a dozen yards away. The Shield Warrior's HP fell by over 2,400. Following which, Shurfong brandished his swords at the nearby MTs. Without exception, he sent every MT flying. Monster. He isn't a player. He's a monster. Matchless family's members were petrified as they watched Shurfong toss about their MTs. Normally, they were lucky to land blocked attacks that dealt over -100 damage during duels with these MTs, yet they received over -2,000 damage from Shurfeng's attacks. It was easy to imagine how horrifying the man's damage would be if they failed to block an attack. It seems the Ice Crystal World's players don't just have inferior equipment, but their combat standards are lower than players in God's domain as well. After clashing with Matchless family's members several times, Shurfong gained a general understanding of these players' combat standards. Following which, he stabbed the Abyssal blade into the ground and glanced at the frightened players before him, saying, "My experiment is over. Let's start the real battle." Abyssal Curse. Skywheel Sword. Suddenly, a dark fog bound every player within 30 yards of Shurfong. As these players tried to activate their control removal skills, countless divine swords descended from above. Shurfong then followed up with Killing Ray's Summon Lightning, dealing 400% lightning damage to all enemies within a 15-yard radius. In the blink of an eye, almost every player within Summon Lightning's range turned to ash and disappeared, leaving weapons and equipment scattered across the battlefield. Only a few MTs and the players who had fled the attack's radius had survived. Chapter 1448, Shocking Cold Wind City. Who is he? An expert like this guy was hidden in Cold Wind City all this time. The Aurora Sword's party members, who had been about to flee, were stupefied by the scene before them. They had never seen such a massive gap between players' strength. Even Zerg tactics would crumble against Shurfong. A second ago, over 100 players from Matchless family had Shurfong surrounded. Now, however, only a dozen or so players were still standing. These players were only alive because they had reacted quickly enough, activating their life-saving skills upon realizing the severity of the situation. Otherwise, they too would have been electrocuted and turned to ash with their dead companions. Monster, run! No one knew which player had shouted, but upon hearing the word run, every surviving Matchless family member turned and fled as if a pistol had gone off to sign the start of some race. They all knew that if they fled as a group, none of them would get away, but Shurfong couldn't catch them all if they ran in different directions. However, contrary to expectations, Shurfong didn't immediately run after the feeling players. He simply sheathed his two swords and activated Chilling Field. Chilling Field covered a 50-yard radius. Upon activation, the skill enveloped every fleeing player. 9 dark gray swords appeared above the guild players. As Matchless family's members focused on escape, they did not manage to react to the incoming attacks in time. As a result, the dark gray swords pierced their hearts with zero resistance, plundering the little HP they had remaining. After 2 waves of attacks, the last of Matchless Family's players transformed into particles of white light and disappeared, leaving only weapons and equipment in their places. Is he really a swordsman? Solitary 9 was thunderstruck as he watched the instantaneous slaughter. Among the dozen or so survivors, the closest had been 20 yards from Shifeng, while the farthest had been over 35 yards away. Yet even from such a distance, Shifeng obliterated them effortlessly. With such attack capabilities, could anyone escape this man's wrath? Solitary 9's party members stared at Shifeng, shock and fear dancing in their eyes. Although they had encountered plenty of experts before, they had never felt so powerless before one. It had taken Shifeng only a few moves to wipe out over 100 experts from Matchless Family. When they had first seen the swordsman, they hadn't thought much of him. However, chills crawled down their spines as they watched Shifeng calmly collect the loot littering the snowy ground. It was as if the thing walking towards them was some prehistoric beast, not a player. As Shifeng collected the dropped weapons and equipment, each item surprised him more than the last. Only a small fraction of the loot was system-made. Most of the weapons and equipment were crafted items. The lowest rank among these items was secret silver, while the highest quality items were dark gold rank. Every weapon and piece of equipment was level 40. Currently, even Zero Wing's prided candlelight trading firm could only mass-producing level 40 mysterious iron weapons and equipment. Only the top-ranking lifestyle players were capable of crafting level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment. Moreover, they could only craft a limited amount. One of the reasons for the low production volume was material rarity. Another reason was the low success rate, which resulted in high production costs. Rather than waste time trying to procure rare materials, most players simply purchased their weapons and equipment in the auction house. The fact that the majority of the weapons and equipment Matchless Family's members had dropped were player-made was inconceivable. The development of weapon and equipment production on God's Domain's continent was already quite fast, yet it was nothing compared to Ice Crystal World. While Shifeng collected the scattered items, Solitary 9 took the initiative to approach the man. "Friend, thank you for earlier. If not for you, Matchless Family's members would have killed us. I am Solitary 9, the commander of the Aurora Sword Adventurer team." Solitary 9 introduced himself. "If you have any problems in Cold Wind City, please feel free to contact me." Although Aurora Sword wasn't one of Cold Wind City's top adventurer teams, it was relatively well known. The team had over 100 members in total, and although they were strong enough to make major changes in the city, they could deal with minor issues. The other party members nodded eagerly. They both feared and revered Shifeng. If they spread the news about what had happened here, it would cause chaos in Cold Wind City. Matchless Family was a peerless organization in Cold Wind City, yet Shifeng had slaughtered over 100 of its experts by himself. He was a monster-like existence. Countless players dreamed of befriending an expert like him. Cold Wind City? After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng asked, "Can you tell me a little about the situation in Cold Wind City?" He had practically no understanding of the ice crystal world, let alone any clues leading to eternal ice crystals. Now that Katie Green had sent him here, if he did not acquire the required eternal ice crystals within a month, he would have a far more difficult time obtaining the Bracelet of Time. The first thing he needed to do was learn about the situation here. Once he did, he'd have an easier time searching for the eternal ice crystals. "Tell you about Cold Wind City?" Solitary 9 was taken aback. He quickly recovered from his surprise and asked, "Could it be that you're not a player from this region?" The others were similarly dumbfounded. Everyone knew that unless one crossed the snow rift, it was impossible to leave or enter the Cold Wind City region. "That's right. I'm not from this area." Shifeng nodded, feeling no particular need to hide the truth. After all, players in other worlds didn't always stay there. As they reached higher levels, the system would gradually integrate them into the rest of the game. Besides, it's not like they could do anything about his origin. Realization dawned Solitary 9 and the others. It was no wonder why they had never seen a monster like Shifeng in Cold Wind City. However, Solitary 9 and his companions couldn't help their rueful sighs. Solitary 9 was one of the top 3 MTs in Cold Wind City. He should rank near the top in other regions as well, but they had never imagined that other regions would have experts like this swordsman. It was easy to surmise that the expert standards in other regions were much higher than in Cold Wind City. This revelation was a mental blow. At the same time, though, they were eager to leave their city and explore other maps. Only Solitary 9 and the others did not know that Shifeng was not from a different region in the Ice Crystal world. Rather, he had come from God's Domain's continent. Even in his home region, Shifeng only ranked among the top 100 on the God's Domain experts list. Following which, Solitary 9 explained some basic details and the general situation in Cold Wind City. Meanwhile, an uproar shook Cold Wind City. Matchless Family's failed attempt to annihilate the Aurora Sword Adventurer team had already reached the public. Not only had the guild member failed to kill a single player from the group, but hundreds of its experts had also been eliminated by some passing swordsmen. Chapter 1449, Becoming Famous in Cold Wind City. Cold Wind City, Matchless Family's guild residence. Over a dozen upper echelons occupied the residence's meeting room, an extraordinarily tense atmosphere. A middle-aged man on the guild leader's throne was the cause for this tension. This middle-aged man wore a suit of azure armor. Although he said nothing, the pressure he radiated chilled the room. Even a passing glance from this man felt like that of some ferocious beast. This middle-aged man was none other than Thundering Sky, Matchless Family's guild leader. In Cold Wind City, one word from him could easily decide whether a player lived or died. Right now, Thundering Sky's blood boiled with rage. Can someone tell me where this person came from? Thundering Sky frowned as he watched Shifeng's battle video. It's been so long since the incident, yet none of you know anything about him. Guild leader, we've launched a full investigation on the player. However, we have yet to uncover any information about him, one of the upper echelons answered, cold sweat chilling his forehead. Immediately after Feather Wind died, the Elementalist had sent them an offline message, ordering them to focus all of their resources on investigating Shifeng. However, no matter how hard they searched, they found nothing about the swordsman. It was as if the man had suddenly appeared. This player has already killed over 100 of our members, but we don't even know his name. Garbage. Every one of you. Thundering Sky bellowed. Continue searching. Mobilize everyone. I want this person found. Since he dares to disrespect Matchless Family, then he shouldn't even dream of surviving in Cold Wind City. Understood. Everyone nodded and notified the guild's members to search for the swordsman. For a time, every member of Matchless Family hunted for Shifeng, killing intent igniting their hearts. Centurion Dynasty also held a meeting to discuss the situation. Interesting. Truly interesting. That person actually annihilated Feather Wind's expert team. I don't think even Lifeless Thorn could do that, Sky Slicer, Centurion Dynasty's guild leader, said, laughing as he watched Shifeng's battle video. Matchless Family had been humiliated. Not only had the guild failed to kill Solitary 9, but it had also lost over 100 experts. Most importantly, a single player was responsible for all 100-plus deaths. This had dealt a huge blow to Matchless Family's reputation. After all, winning a 1-on-5 expert battle was impressive. Even an expert like Lifeless Thorn should only be able to handle a dozen or so experts at a time. Yet, Shifeng had faced over 100 experts, and his victory had been overwhelming. Naturally, anyone who watched Shifeng's battle video would realize that the man was very powerful. However, those who had only heard about the massacre would assume that Matchless Family's experts were nothing but paper tigers. Suddenly, a female elementalist in white mage robes asked, "Guild leader, what should we do next?" "Since the Matchless Family wants to kill this player, we have to do the opposite," Sky Slicer said, laughing. "Rain, find him. Tell him that the Centurion Dynasty would like to welcome him with open arms." "What if he refuses?" Swirling Rain asked. "Refuses?" Sky Slicer snorted. "That's not an option. We're talking about Matchless Family, after all. Even if he is strong as an individual, he can't take on the whole guild. He'll only be safe if he joins us." "Understood." Swirling Rain then bowed and left the meeting room. Both of Cold Rain City's large guilds began their search for Shifeng. Meanwhile, the city's players were dumbfounded. "What's going on? This person is awesome." Both large guilds are actually offering a high price for information about his whereabouts. Not even Lifeless Thorn has ever elicited such a reaction. There's no helping it. Although Lifeless Thorn doesn't belong to any guild, his adventurer team, Wave Heart, is a top adventurer team with over 3,000 members. It has over 300 experts. 3 of the city's top 10 experts belong to the adventurer team as well. The guilds would have to weigh their options seriously before moving against Lifeless Thorn. That's right. This player is doomed. He killed so many of Matchless Family's players. The guild won't rest until they kill him back to level 0. Both guilds are offering such a high price. They're already offering 2 gold for any information about the man's current location. The independent players on Cold Wind City's streets quietly discuss the new player, every one of them admiring Shifeng's courage. In Cold Wind City, no one, aside from Centurion Dynasty, dared to provoke Matchless Family. Independent players often resented the 2 large guilds. Unfortunately, since both guilds were so powerful, they had no choice but to endure their suffering. Hence, when they had heard the news of Shifeng slaughtering over 100 experts from Matchless Family, they quietly celebrated. As the city's players chatted about the recent events, 7 players arrived in the teleportation hall. These players were none other than Shifeng and the party from Aurora Sword. After Solitary 9 had offered a general explanation of Cold Wind City, Shifeng had decided to pay the city a visit. Hence, Solitary 9 had given Shifeng a few return scrolls for Cold Wind City so that he could return via teleportation alongside his people. Cold Wind City was the only NPC city in this particular zone. The city's player population exceeded 2 million, and each of the large guilds had over 100,000 members. It was why the 2 guilds were able to rule over Cold Wind City. If Shifeng wanted to find more information about the Eternal Ice Crystals, Cold Wind City's library was undoubtedly the best place to do so. All of God's Domain's libraries collected information about their home locations. As soon as Shifeng's group left the teleportation hall, gasps erupted from the players outside of the building. Crap! Isn't that the expert that killed the Matchless Family's experts? What? Does he not know that the guilds have mobilized their forces to find him? He must be insane. He actually ventured into the city. Does he think Matchless Family is afraid of attacking him within the city walls? That might be the case. Unfortunately, he's underestimated the guild. Some time ago, some guy had provoked a few of Matchless Family's members. In the end, they killed him over 10 times inside the city. The matter was only resolved after he paid the guild 10 gold and every weapon and piece of equipment he had. Quick! Notify Matchless Family. These players were stupefied as they watched Shifeng stroll down the street, admiring the scenery. From time to time, Shifeng even entered a shop to browse its merchandise. After so recently provoking Matchless Family, this man dared to show his face in Cold Wind City. From a certain perspective, Shifeng deserved to be called Cold Wind City's #1 player. Shortly after Shifeng's arrival, news reached both large guilds. What? He's shopping in the trade area? Are you sure? Sky Slicer could not help his shock upon hearing the latest report. I'm absolutely sure. I've compared his face to the person in the video, the assassin confirmed, nodding seriously. I'll head there immediately. Notify the main force members and tell them to gather in the trade area as soon as possible. Sky Slicer hurriedly instructed after digesting the information. Meanwhile, in Matchless Family's residence, when Thundering Sky received the news of Shifeng's appearance, he nearly shattered his desk. Daring bastard. After killing my subordinates, he still dares show his face. Notify every expert in the guild and tell them to hurry over. Halt all operations and quests temporarily. Thundering Sky bellowed. Chapter 1450, City of Crafters. Cold Wind City, Trade Area. Commander, more people are tailing us now. Matchless Families probably found out about our return already. Should we notify Big Brother Yifeng about? Yenya asked worriedly as she glanced at the players stalking them. News of the slaughter of Matchless Families members had already spread throughout the city. Yet now, the main culprit boldly walked down the city streets without a care in the world. It was a slap in the face to the guild. Once the Matchless Families members arrived, they would not leave without a fight. Thousands of players from Matchless City resided in the city. Killing a single player would be child's play for the guild. Furthermore, their group still had the Soul Lock debuff. Solitary 9 nodded in response to Yenya's question. Based on his understanding of Matchless Family, the guild would seek revenge for the smallest of grievances. It wouldn't hesitate to take action against Shifeng even in the city. Although he trusted in Shifeng's strength, Matchless Family had the home ground advantage. Regardless of how powerful the man was, he was at a disadvantage. Solitary 9 walked up to Shifeng and whispered, "Brother Yifeng, why don't we head to the library? I'm afraid that if we linger around here any longer, Matchless Family's members will find us. Dealing with them will be troublesome." Troublesome? Curious, Shifeng asked, do players have full power over the city? Solitary 9 hadn't gone into the management style in the Ice Crystal World's NPC cities. If these cities were like the Dark Den's shelters, where players had full authority to determine a city's rules, they would indeed have some trouble to deal with. That's not the case. Matchless Family just has a lot of members inside the city, Solitary 9 said, shaking his head. Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Solitary 9's reply. He then pointed at the Cold Wind auction house a short distance away and said, "That's all right then. I've already visited most of the shops, so let's make a trip to the auction house before we head to the library." This, Solitary 9 was speechless. The man even wondered if Shifeng understood what he meant by a lot of members. Cold Wind City was the Matchless Family's main headquarters. The guild could easily gather over 10,000 players at a moment's notice. Centurion Dynasty was the only existence capable of contending with the guild in the city. "Commander, what should we?" "Forget it. We'll just accompany him until the end. Hopefully, Thundering Sky can keep his cool and avoid doing anything rash." As Solitary 9 watched Shifeng leisurely approach the auction house, he struggled with various complex feelings. He could not understand what was going through Shifeng's mind. However, since Shifeng had saved his and his teammates' lives, he could not escape by himself. He could only pray that Matchless Family did not do anything too reckless. After all, they were currently standing in the heart of the city. Patrolling NPC guards were everywhere. If it really came down to a fight, Matchless Family would not have too much of an advantage, either. Upon entering the auction house's main hall, the sight of players hawking their items greeted Shifeng. Selling cheap, top-tier level 40 fine gold weapons. 10 gold per item. Get a 5% discount if you buy 2. Selling refined meteorite copper for 3 gold per stack. Selling frost steel, or for 1 gold per stack. The players selling items in the hall outnumbered the shopping players. The items these players were selling shocked Shifeng. On the God's Domain continent, even the cheapest level 40 fine gold weapon could sell for 15 gold or more, yet players here were offering the same for 10 gold each. Moreover, they were all player-made weapons. With how high current demand was for level 40 fine gold weapons in his world, he could easily turn a massive profit if he bought and resold these player-made weapons. As for the refined meteor copper, the rare forging material currently sold for 30 silver per ingot. Moreover, it was very difficult to purchase. Each stack, containing 20 ingots, sold for 6 gold, yet these players were selling each stack for half that. The various forging materials sold in the hall were all significantly cheaper than those in God's Domain. In addition, this world had an abundance of forging resources. Even empires famous for producing ores paled in comparison to the Ice Crystal World. This place is really impressive. It's a pity that I don't have a way to return once I leave. I guess I have no choice but to stock up on rare materials before I depart. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he looked through the various items these players offered. If he could travel between the Ice Crystal World and the God's Domain continent, he could earn more income from reselling items than what he earned from Stone Forest Town. Moreover, he could rely on the large quantity of materials to nurture the Candlelight trading firm's forgers. If luck would have it, he might nurture a few master forgers. After all, creating new items required experimentation with various materials. With so many rare materials in the Ice Crystal World, one could experiment to their heart's content. This was most likely the reason that the standard of Cold Wind City's forgers was far above those in the Candlelight trading firm. Based on Solitary 9's explanation, the Ice Crystal World should have other NPC cities. As players reached higher levels, Cold Wind City's guilds began to prepare to challenge the Snow Rift. It was only a matter of time before Cold Wind City's players encountered cities in other regions. At this point, Shifeng suspected that the Ice Crystal World had birthed the game's first master forger. However, purchasing a large amount of materials required a lot of coins, but he hadn't been carrying many when he had come to the ice crystal world. His only option was to make money by selling the Matchless family's secret silver and fine gold items for a low price. Unfortunately, the dark gold items were precious to Zero Wing, so Shifeng intended to hold on to them for now. After Shifeng finished putting the loot from Matchless family up for sale, he left the auction house and made his way to the library. Seeing Shifeng finally willing to leave this risky location, Solitary 9 and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, as soon as they left the auction house, they were greeted by a shocking scene. Players crowded the street, and every one of them wore Matchless family's guild emblem. With a rough glance, they easily counted over 10,000 players. Matchless family's members radiated killing intent as they glared at Shifeng's group, scaring off any unrelated players. What's going on? Does Matchless family plan to monopolize the auction house? You don't know? Some expert killed a bunch of their members. They've come to deal with him. Do they need to go to such lengths, though? Why would they dispatch so many people just for one player? The domineering display frightened the independent players on the street. Among the Matchless family members present, the lowest-leveled member was level 43. Their equipment was awe-inspiring as well. Has the Matchless family lost its mind? Solitary 9 felt an unprecedented pressure. He had thought that, at most, Matchless family would send around 1,000 experts. He hadn't expected Thundering Sky to be mad enough to dispatch a 10,000-man army. Not even Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, could elicit such a reaction. However, after Matchless family's members had gathered in front of the auction house, another commotion shook the street. Another player army slowly approached from the other end of the street, and although this army was smaller than Matchless family's, it still included around 3,000 players. These new arrivals wore Centurion Dynasty's guild emblem. For a time, experts from both of Cold Wind City's large guilds stood before the auction house's entrance. Following which, both guilds' leaders pulled away from the crowd. Both men looked at Shifeng. "You're the expert that killed Featherwind?" Thundering Sky and Sky Slicer asked in almost perfect unison. The spectating players were stupefied. Chapter 1451, Obliterated. That guy is so amazing. Both guild leaders actually came looking for him. Just who is he? The distant spectating players were shocked to see the two men. Solitary 9, who stood behind Shifeng, was at a loss for words. Both Thundering Sky and Sky Slicer were top-tier existences in Cold Wind City. Normally, they were very difficult to meet, yet these two had gathered here due to Shifeng. "That's right. What business do you have with me?" Shifeng calmly replied to the guild leader's question. An army of 10,000 players might be shocking to ordinary players, but not even a million-player army could surprise Shifeng. Besides, they were still inside an NPC city. "Good. I never thought you would have the guts to admit it." Thundering Sky's face twitched in anger as he glared at Shifeng's calm composure. "I am Thundering Sky, the guild leader of Matchless family. Since you admitted to killing my guild's experts, that makes things simple. Hand over every item and piece of equipment you have, and let me kill you once. Then we'll consider the matter settled. Otherwise, bear the consequences at your own risk." "Guild leader, aren't you letting this brat off too lightly?" The guild leader's demand confused his upper echelons. They had assumed that Thundering Sky wouldn't rest until he forced this newcomer to delete his account. He had just offered to let Shifeng off with such a light punishment. "Enough! I have my reasons." Thundering Sky shot his subordinates a withering glare, immediately silencing them. What these guild upper echelons did not know was that Thundering Sky was far more interested in Shifeng's weapons and equipment than he was in avenging Featherwind. After watching the swordsman's battle video, he realized that the man's basic attributes were ridiculously high. Not even Thundering Sky was confident of killing Featherwind in one hit. After all, Featherwind's weapons and equipment were considerably good. The Elementalist's HP was also over 30,000. PvP battles were different from those with monsters. A player's damage would scale down when they struck another player. Killing expert players of the same level was very difficult. Yet Shifeng had done it. Moreover, he had thrown level 44 and 45 shield warriors with his normal attacks. His strength could definitely rival that of a great lord of the same level. With such powerful attributes, Feng had to have more than one top-tier weapon or piece of equipment. He might even have something Thundering Sky could use. However, if they killed this man while the Soul Lock debuff was active, Feng would only drop a few pieces of equipment. On the off chance that he had stored his items in the bank, they would lose any chance of obtaining them. Haha. Fellow friend, ignore this man's foolish demands. If you join Centurion Dynasty, I guarantee that no harm will come to you within the Cold Wind City region. Sky Slicer said as he sent a contemptuous glance at Thundering Sky before turning back to Feng. In addition, I'd like to offer you the position as our guild's main force vice commander. Insane. This is madness. I didn't hear wrong, right? Sky Slicer actually offered so much to an unknown expert. They haven't even been that generous to Lifeless Thorn. Sky Slicer's voice had been quite loud, so the spectating crowd had heard every word. The offer confused them. A guild's main force was a guild's core of power. The main force generally only answered to the guild leader. Not even vice-guild leaders had the authority to mobilize the main force. Hence, the main force's commander was even more important than the vice-guild leader. Although the vice-commander wasn't as important, it was still a crucial role. Sky Slicer had offered Feng such an important position right off the bat. Slicer, do you intend to make an enemy of Matchless Family? Thundering Sky shouted, enraged. Although he had expected Sky Slicer to oppose him, he hadn't expected the man to be so brazen about it. Have our guilds ever been friendly? Sky Slicer sneered. Their two guilds had fought countless battles against each other, and neither feared their rival. Now that he had an opportunity to suppress his rival's momentum and recruit a powerful expert, he couldn't miss the chance to kill two birds with one stone. Good. I'll take care of your Centurion Dynasty as well. Thundering Sky's expression darkened. Immediately, he commanded, everyone attack. Yes. Let's see who is afraid of whom. Sky Slicer also commanded his guild members to fight. For a time, the Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty's members slaughtered each other inside the city. Due to so many players involved, the NPC patrols couldn't quell the incident quickly. They could only clear out the fighting players little by little. Both guilds' members fought with everything they had, fully intent on annihilating their enemy. Now that players were reaching higher levels, it was only a matter of time before they could raid the Snow Rift. To compete with guilds in other NPC cities, they first needed to deal with Cold Wind City's problems. Otherwise, they would have to face enemies on both fronts. The entire street had transformed into a battlefield. Spells and arrows blotted out the sky, and explosions and screams filled the air. Unfortunately, as Centurion Dynasty had brought fewer members, Matchless Family quickly suppressed its players. As a result, the former guild's members were forced to retreat. Of course, Matchless Family couldn't eliminate their rivals' members as Centurion Dynasty's reinforcements began to arrive. All Matchless Family could do was push the other guild back. Shortly after the battle had begun, the dead players' weapons and equipment littered the street. Even experts were forced to use their life-saving skills. The weaker players died before they could even react as numerous attacks struck. The spectators were stunned. This fight helped them realize just how weak an individual was compared to a guild. Even the well-known adventurer teams were nothing. Very quickly, Sky Slicer was forced into a corner. Meanwhile, Matchless Family's members surrounded the auction house. Humph. Do you think that we can't touch you just because Centurion Dynasty wants to lend a helping hand? Thundering Sky sneered at Feng, who had not participated in the battle. I guarantee you that no one can protect you in the Cold Wind City region. If you hand over all of your weapons and equipment now, I can still let you off the hook. If you try to retaliate, I'll eliminate you, Solitary 9, and his group hiding behind you. The watching crowd gasped when they heard Thundering Sky's threat. They all knew that Thundering Sky was a man of his word, but they hadn't expected him to be ruthless enough to target Solitary 9's group as well. However, as soon as Thundering Sky finished speaking, Feng, who had maintained a relaxed posture, unsheathed Killing Ray. He then casually walked towards Thundering Sky, who stood 50 yards away from him, as if he were just taking a stroll through his own backyard. What? He actually dares to defy Thundering Sky? Is he insane? Even Matchless Family's members were stunned. Setting aside Thundering Sky's individual prowess, the man was surrounded by hundreds of his experts. These subordinates would likely kill the swordsman before he got close to their guild leader. You asked for this. Thundering Sky frowned. He hadn't thought this newcomer would be so foolish. He gestured with a hand and ordered, "Kill him." The instant Surfong was within the ranged player's reach, over 100 spells and arrows flew towards him, forming a tight wall that left no room for Surfong to dodge. However, Surfong raised the sacred sword and swung it forward. Lightning Edge. Suddenly, countless arcs of blue lightning streaked towards the incoming spells and arrows. In the blink of an eye, the lightning destroyed everything in a 50-yard cone. I am only one person. However, you can't just kill me because you want to, Surfong calmly stated as he watched Thundering Sky and his numerous subordinates transform into particles of white light. Chapter 1452, Overwhelming Difference. Silence. It seemed as if time had stopped. The fighting players from both guilds froze as they stared at the particles of light that had once been Thundering Sky and his subordinates. All of a sudden, a large, empty space had opened on the crowded street. Even now, faint arcs of electricity flickered around the clearing. In a single move, Surfong had killed hundreds of Matchless Family's players. Thundering Sky, who ranked among Cold Wind City's top 10 players, had died before their eyes. He hadn't even put up the slightest fight before he had died. It was hard to believe that an ordinary-looking swordsman with a blue longsword had been responsible for this. When Solitary 9 and the others, who stood behind Surfong, saw this, they could not help but gasp, the corners of their lips twitching slightly. They already knew that Surfong was very powerful, but it now seemed that Surfong hadn't taken his fight with Feather Wind seriously. Just who is this guy? The corners of Sky Slicer's eyes twitched as he stared at the empty clearing a short distance away. He wouldn't have been so surprised if Surfong had been a magical class player. However, this was the first time he had seen a swordsman in God's domain possessing such a powerful skill. Moreover, this skill had such a short channeling time, giving the skill's targets no time to react. How is this possible? The guild leader died? Matchless Family's members were at a loss. Everything had happened too quickly. He killed our guild leader. We can't let him get away. That skill must have a long cooldown. He can't use it again anytime soon. Kill him. Suddenly, Matchless Family's members turned their attention away from Centurion Dynasty as they charged at Surfong. A guild leader was directly connected to the guild's reputation. The fact that this man had killed their guild leader instantly humiliated every one of them. If they did not kill Surfong right now, Matchless Family's reputation would suffer. This would severely impact their guild's development. Damn it! Matchless Family's players have lost their minds. Tension gripped Solitary 9 as he watched the players swarm towards him. However, before the Matchless Family's members reached their group, Surfong pointed Killing Ray at the approaching crowd. Dragon Breath. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth. The white light vaporized any player it touched. In the blink of an eye, several hundred more players had died. After using Dragon Breath, Surfong followed up with Dragon's Authority, inflicting the fear debuff on all enemies within a 50-yard radius, reducing their movement speed and attack speed by 40% for 1 minute. Everyone within the skill's range felt as if they had plunged into a muddy swamp. Following which, Surfong activated Defensive Blade, increasing his attack range. He then took a step forward and vanished. Where is he? As the crowd recovered from the shock and fear Surfeng's Dragon Breath had inflicted, the man had disappeared. They could not help their growing confusion. However, before anyone had realized it, Surfong had reappeared among Matchless Family's members. He lightly swung his 2 swords at the nearby enemies. Boom! A tornado formed around Surfong. Following which, all players within 15 yards of Surfong collapsed, staring at their empty HP bars in a daze. Not even the MTs with high HP had escaped Surfeng's wrath. Following which, Surfong advanced once again. This time, however, he didn't execute void steps. Instead, he left numerous afterimages trailing behind him as he moved forward. At the same time, he brandished his swords without a care in the world, slaughtering every player that came within 15 yards. None of the players within his range escaped death's embrace. In fact, they couldn't even block or dodge the swordsman's attacks. One after another, Matchless Family's members transformed into particles of light. Surfong looked like a god of death as he claimed these players' lives. Nobody could even slow him down. Although the guild's ranged players tried to stop Surfong, their attempts were little more than a joke. They couldn't even keep up with Shifeng's movements with their eyes, much less land an attack. They could only watch as particles of light floated in the air. He can't be a player. He must be a demon in disguise. He's a monster in human skin. We need to run. After a brief moment, Shifeng had killed another several hundred players. Panic overwhelmed Matchless family members as they watched Shifeng reap their allies' lives. At this point, they had forgotten about avenging their guild leader and restoring their guild's reputation. They could only think of getting as far away from Shifeng as possible. They had never seen such a terrifying player before. Compared to Shifeng, the strongest boss monster they had ever faced looked cute. After all, they had some hope of damaging a boss. Against Shifeng, however, they couldn't even resist. How was this supposed to be a PvP battle? This was just a one-sided massacre. Like frightened rats, the thousands of Matchless family members scattered and fled in all directions. The players watching from a safe distance were stupefied. Before today, they had seen thousands of players pursue a single person. They had never watched one player chase after a 10,000-man army. This scene had shattered everything they had thought they knew about God's domain. Isn't he a little too strong? Just who is he? Solitary 9 was beyond shocked. An individual having the power to suppress an entire guild only ever happened in his dreams. Yet he watched as that dream became a reality. What Solitary 9 did not know was that, while Cold Wind City's players might be stronger than those in God's domain as forgers, their weapons and equipment were nothing in comparison. To prove this point, not one player from Matchless family dropped an epic weapon or piece of equipment. The best they had was level 40 dark gold equipment. On the other hand, Shifeng wielded 3 fragmented legendary items. He was also a Tier 2 player. With both advantages, the difference between Shifeng and his opponents was horrifying. As the other players from Aurora Sword watched Shifeng's massacre, an indescribable excitement bloomed in their chests. They were fully aware that Shifeng was a player. They fully intended to boast to their friends that they had met such a powerful expert. After around 30 seconds, the originally clogged street was empty of players. Only Shifeng and a bunch of weapons and equipment remained. The survivors from Matchless family had long since fled the battlefield. Despite so many items covering the street, none of the spectators moved forward to steam them. On the contrary, they distanced themselves from the loot, making sure that at least 100 yards lay between them and the nearest item. As for the NPC guards, they spared Shifeng little more than a glance before pursuing Matchless family's surviving members. In NPC cities, the NPC guards would target the side that attacked first. Matchless family members had teamed up before surrounding Shifeng. If any member of the team attacked, they would implicate the entire team in the crime. Hence, within a fixed amount of time, Shifeng could kill as many members of the team as he wanted without receiving any punishment from the system. Even if this mechanic hadn't existed, Shifeng could have simply found a secluded location and altered his appearance with the demon mask. With Nightwalker Cape's passive concealment effect, not even high-tiered NPC guards could touch him. After crushing Matchless family members, Shifeng didn't hurry to collect his loot. Instead, he smiled as he turned to Sky Slicer, who stood a short distance away, saying, "Guild Leader Slicer, now that the problem has been dealt with, may I know what business you have with me?" Chapter 1453, Unexpected Harvest. Chapter 1453, Unexpected Harvest. As Centurion Dynasty's members watched Shifeng walk towards them, their breath caught and cold sweat drenched their backs. It felt as if a prehistoric beast approached, not a player, and they desperately wanted to turn and flee. One man had inspired thousands of Matchless family's members to run like frightened rats. If someone had told them of such a thing happening in the past, they would have laughed it off. Now, however, they could not find it in themselves to laugh. They had clashed with the other guild many times, and both were roughly on the same level. Since Shifeng could suppress Matchless family by himself, naturally, he wouldn't have any issues doing so to Centurion Dynasty. Sky Slicer wore an ugly expression. Had he known something like this would happen, he would not have poked his nose into the situation. "Brother Expert, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I only came here to recruit you because I have a grudge against Matchless family. If I had known that Brother Expert was so powerful, I would not have meddled in your affairs. For this offense, I am willing to pay 10,000 magic crystals as compensation," Sky Slicer respectfully told Shifeng. His previous pride had faded like smoke. What a generous offer, Solitary 9 quietly exclaimed. In his opinion, Sky Slicer was insane to offer 10,000 magic crystals as an apology. Even a well-known adventurer team like Aurora Sword had only accumulated 2,000 magic crystals thus far. Meanwhile, magic crystals were an indispensable resource in Cold Wind City. For example, lifestyle players needed the crystals when producing weapons and equipment. To increase their production success rate, they would spend magic crystals on renting special workshops in their respective lifestyle associations. There was also the Divine Colosseum, and training there cost a lot of crystals. Magic crystals were nearly impossible to save. Although there were quite a few ways to obtain magic crystals in Cold Wind City, handing over 10,000 magic crystals would deal a considerably painful blow to Centurion Dynasty. However, Solitary 9 wasn't a guild leader, so he couldn't understand Sky Slicer's thought process. If an expert of Shifeng's caliber decided to target Centurion Dynasty and randomly ambush its main force or elite members, the guild would break under the loss. Moreover, Centurion Dynasty couldn't do anything to Shifeng. If such a situation lasted for a long time, it could cripple the guild. The 10,000 magic crystal offer also served to put some distance between Centurion Dynasty and Shifeng. 10,000 magic crystals? Shifeng was slightly confused. The resources in Cold Wind City were far more abundant than he had assumed. Both Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family would only be third-rate guilds on God's Domain's continent. Giving away 10,000 magic crystals would likely bankrupt the guild. However, based on Sky Slicer's expression, he only felt a slight pang at the loss. When the guild leader saw the small frown forming on Shifeng's face, he realized that the other party wasn't particularly satisfied with the compensation. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If Brother Expert doesn't find the compensation satisfying, I can include this map as well." Saying so, Sky Slicer took out an ancient, tattered animal skin. Although the hide was quite old, it emitted a faint pressure. Although there was only a trace of this pressure, everyone seemed to fear it. "This is divine might?" Shifeng stared at the animal hide in Sky Slicer's hands in surprise. Divine might was an aura unique to gods. Any item that radiated the energy wouldn't be ordinary. Furthermore, this item had manifested in the ice crystal world. Although this other world's rank was quite high, it could only accommodate up to Tier 5 creatures. Tier 6 gods were barred from this world. The fact that such an item, once used by God, had manifested here made it even more valuable. "Brother Expert, what do you think?" Sky Slicer asked, smiling when he saw Shifeng's interest in the animal hide. He had obtained this animal hide some time ago, but although he recognized it as valuable, he had no way to reveal its secrets. Using it to appease Shifeng and improve his relationship with the man wasn't a bad trade. "Deal." Shifeng nodded. His goal in traveling to the ice crystal world was to obtain eternal ice crystals, not to dominate Cold Wind City. He had no reason to clash with the local guilds. If not for Matchless Family's determination to pick a fight, he wouldn't have bothered with them. Hearing Shifeng's reply, Sky Slicer breathed a sigh of relief. He then handed over the 10,000 magic crystals and the animal hide. As for the weapons and equipment littering the street, Shifeng decided to sell the items to Sky Slicer for coins and various rare materials. Weapons and equipment took up an entire slot by themselves in a player's bag space. However, materials didn't. One slot could hold multiple articles of the same item. By selling the weapons and equipment for materials, Shifeng could maximize the number of items he brought back to God's domain. Naturally, Sky Slicer was more than happy to accept Shifeng's offer. The Matchless Family members that had cornered Shifeng earlier consisted of the guild's elites and experts. Most of the players that had fallen to Shifeng had been experts. Hence, the weapons and equipment they had dropped were considered top tier in Cold Wind City. Through this transaction, Shifeng had obtained close to 8,000 gold in rare materials. If he resold these materials in his home world, he could easily earn over 20,000 gold. However, Shifeng wouldn't sell all of the materials, even for a single payment of 20,000 gold. These rare materials could help the Candlelight trading firm's forgers improve quickly. The trading firm might even manage to nurture a master forger. After obtaining the materials, Shifeng quickly made his way to Cold Wind City's library. Meanwhile, News of Shifeng's triumph over the Matchless family quickly spread throughout Cold Wind City, shocking the resident players. That guy is so awesome. Not only did he suppress Matchless family by himself, but even Centurion Dynasty treated him with respect. I wish I had half his strength. After this, Lifeless Thorn will have to relinquish his position as Cold Wind City's #1 expert. I wonder if this expert is accepting disciples? If he is or plans to start an adventurer team or guild, I'll be the first to apply. For a time, Cold Wind City's players heatedly discussed this newcomer. Meanwhile, a man wearing ice blue armor and wielding a purple spear faced off against a level 54, Great Lord-ranked demonic Frost Wolf in the Snow Rift, Cold Wind City's Forbidden Land. Despite the Frost Wolf's upper hand in speed and strength, it was helpless against this indifferent man. On the contrary, the player repeatedly restricted its movements. Because of this one man, the 20-man team following him easily dealt with the demonic Frost Wolf. Less than a minute after the fight had begun, the demonic Frost Wolf collapsed and dropped several items. The team members watched as their experience bars rose quite a bit. While the team rested, a heroic-looking female swordsman turned to the indifferent man, who rested with his eyes closed. Giggling, she said, "Lifeless, didn't you say that you're the strongest player in Cold Wind City? It seems that you have a rival now." A rival? Lifeless Thorn's eyes opened when he heard these words. Shaking his head, he said, "Cold Wind City's experts are clueless. They're nowhere near being a suitable rival for me." "I'm not talking about them," the female swordsman, Cleansing Whistle, responded. Revealing a leisurely smile, she said, "Weren't you boasting about how powerful you are? Do you think you can stand against 10,000 elites from Matchless family? You've got to be kidding. You're talking about 10,000 elite players." Lifeless Thorn rolled his eyes. "Then why do you claim to be invincible in Cold Wind City? Here, take a look at this." Not long ago, a swordsman expert single-handedly suppressed Matchless family's army. Centurion Dynasty even offered him a gift as an apology, Cleansing Whistle said, giggling as she sent a copy of Shifeng's battle video to Lifeless Thorn. Although Lifeless Thorn wanted to refute Cleansing Whistle's words, he couldn't help his shock as he watched the battle video. How can there be such a powerful expert in the city? Well, hadn't you said something earlier about the swordsman class being crap? Now you know how powerful swordsmen are. Cleansing Whistle said, feeling a little proud when she saw the man's shock. He is powerful. He is on an entirely different level than I am, Lifeless Thorn straightforwardly admitted. The assassin's admission stunned Cleansing Whistle. She had thought the news would shake Lifeless Thorn's confidence, allowing her to get some payback for his insults towards her class. Before Cleansing Whistle could say more, Lifeless Thorn stood and took a return scroll from his bag. "What are you doing?" Cleansing Whistle asked curiously. "Do you really have to ask?" "I'm going to look for that expert," Lifeless Thorn said, excitement flashing in his eyes. "Are you mad? We wasted all that time to get here, yet you're going back, just like that." Cleansing Whistle was astonished. However, ignoring her words, Lifeless Thorn activated the return scroll. He then transformed into a streak of light as he left the Snow Rift. Seeing this, Cleansing Whistle and the other team members had no choice but to take out return scrolls and head back as well. Meanwhile, in Cold Wind City's Nobles District, Shifeng impatiently took out the animal hide sky slicer had given him and carefully inspected as he traveled in an advanced carriage. Chapter 1454. Treasure that Surpasses Epic Rank. Chapter 1454. Treasure that Surpasses Epic Rank. It's no wonder why Sky Slicer couldn't do anything with this. When Shifeng tried to inspect the hide, he was only able to learn its name, Tattered Animal Hide. The item displayed no further information. Although this animal hide radiated a faint trace of divine might, due to time, it was damaged beyond recognition. The images and words that had been inscribed on the item were nearly impossible to discern. Fortunately, Shifeng was confident that he was even more skilled at analyzing items than a master appraiser. "I wonder what this item is, exactly." Shifeng then activated Omniscient Eyes and inspected the hide once more. The moment he tried to do so, a loading bar appeared above the item. Watching the loading bar, Shifeng was astonished. How is this possible? Just what kind of item is this? When he used Omniscient Eyes to appraise dark gold items, The process took no more than 10 seconds, yet this scrap of hide required 30 seconds. Not even epic items took so long to appraise. As the seconds ticked by, the process restored the images and words on the animal hide. By the time the loading bar was full and disappeared, the originally tattered hide seemed as if it had regained its vitality as it began to restore itself. In the blink of an eye, the tattered animal hide looked brand new. "This is an ancient shrine?" Shifeng gave the leather an incredulous look. "Big brother Yifeng, has something happened?" Yenya asked from beside Shifeng. Everyone in the carriage was curious, looking to Shifeng for an explanation. This man had remained calm even when he stood against an army of 10,000 players, yet he stared at the hide Sky Slicer had given him in surprise. "It's nothing. I'm just satisfied with the transaction with Sky Slicer," Shifeng said, chuckling. Although Shifeng had brushed the matter off verbally, inside he was ecstatic. Ancient shrines were considerably old and mysterious locations. No one knew who had built them, yet every large-scale otherworld had them. Ancient shrines were extremely dangerous, guarded by powerful monsters. They were also crowded with traps. Even so, players residing in large-scale otherworlds swarmed to these ancient shrines like madmen. This was because ancient shrines housed the passage to travel from their otherworlds to God's domain's continent. As otherworlds experts grew more powerful, they would find clues leading to these ancient shrines. They would then search for the shrine's locations before exploring their interiors. Eventually, they would find God's domain. However, this process normally only started after players reached level 100. The maps that contained these ancient shrines were generally high-level areas. Moreover, the ancient shrines themselves were very well hidden. The animal hide Sky Slicer had given him was a record of all of the locations of an information about the Ice Crystal World's ancient shrines. This item would save players a lot of time. Only now did Shifeng understand why it had taken an unusual amount of time to appraise the animal hide. There was no doubt that the ancient shrine map in his hand was worth far more than a measly epic item. After all, whoever possessed this map would have full access to the Ice Crystal World. As long as he developed the path to one of the ancient shrines, he could freely transfer resources between the Ice Crystal World and his home world. The benefits of reselling these items could even tempt super guilds. The sooner he opened this path, the more benefits he'd obtain. According to the ancient shrine map, the easiest ancient shrine to reach was in a level 50 to 70 map. This map was a forbidden land that connected the various NPC cities in the Ice Crystal World. For Cold Wind City, this map was the Snow Rift. Only the map indicated that the Snow Rift's ancient shrine lay under its core region, so it would be extremely difficult to locate. By the time anyone discovered the hidden map, Ice Crystal World's mainstream players would have exceeded the recommended level. With this map, my trip here has certainly been worth it. Shifeng began to formulate numerous plans as he inspected the ancient shrine's location. He had come to the Ice Crystal World because of a quest. Originally, he would have had to wait until someone from the Ice Crystal World activated an ancient shrine's teleportation gate to return to this world after finishing his quest. Moreover, that was dependent on whether or not the player who discovered the shrine would publish the teleportation gate's location. After all, he wouldn't be able to return to the Ice Crystal World unless he found another teleportation gate on God's domain's continent. However, things had changed. If he could activate an ancient shrine before he left, he would travel between worlds unhindered. This would give Zero Wing an advantage. Moreover, unlike the Dark Den, where he could only take one person with him, the ancient shrine's teleportation gates wouldn't have such a restriction. Of course, he'd have to pay the teleportation fee. Incredibly powerful NPCs guarded ancient shrine's teleportation gates, and each of these NPCs determined the fees based on how much distance separated the two worlds. Generally, the fee ranged between 20 and 50 magic crystals per person. Although Shifeng had once encountered a gate that charged 1 mana stone per person. Usually, only independent elite and expert players could afford to travel back and forth between worlds. However, the cost was nothing compared to the potential profits guilds could gain. After all, every other world had its own specialty resources that were extremely rare in God's domain. If guilds had to pay a small teleportation fee to obtain these precious resources, they would be more than happy to part with the cost. Right now, Opening a path to the ancient shrine was far more important than obtaining eternal ice crystals to Shifeng. As long as he activated the ancient shrine, he'd accept failing the quest and losing his chance to trade eternal ice crystals for the Bracelet of Time. He could simply rely on the Ice Crystal World's resources to earn 5 million magic crystals within a month and purchase the Bracelet of Time for the originally stated price. It seems I'll need to make a trip to this ancient shrine later. Thinking up to this point, Shifeng carefully inspected the information on the animal hide. No one should ever underestimate an ancient shrine. Based on his memories, an ancient shrine required a considerable amount of time to raid and conquer, and he was alone in the Ice Crystal World. It wouldn't be easy to clear a path. As for the eternal ice crystals, Shifeng intended to visit the library before making his decision. If he could find a way to obtain the 10 eternal ice crystals, he would save a massive amount of magic crystals. After looking at the ancient shrine map for some time, Shifeng felt his head ache. The ancient shrine in question would be extraordinarily difficult to raid. Only now did he understand why the various otherworld's large guilds required a month to clear out a single shrine. Even a low-level ancient shrine, like the one located below the Snow Rift, was guarded by a level 70 mythic monster. Even the Snow Rift's final boss was a level 70, Grand Lord-ranked 9-headed Earth Dragon. Although only one tier separated the two, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Alone, he could never defeat a level 70 mythic-ranked boss. When Shifeng finished examining the ancient shrine map, he turned to Solitary 9 and asked, "Brother 9, would you to help me with something?" "Help you?" Solitary 9 asked, confused. "Yes. I wish to establish an adventurer team in Cold Wind City," Shifeng stated. Chapter 1455, Adventurer Team Established. Chapter 1455, Adventurer Team Established. Establish an adventurer team? Big Brother Yifeng, are you joking? For a moment, everyone in the advanced carriage looked at Shifeng in surprise, wondering if they had misheard. Shifeng had previously expressed his lack of interest in establishing his own force. He had only come to Cold Wind City from another region to complete a quest. Yet, this man had just stated that he wanted to establish his own adventurer team. They were both confused and excited to hear this. If Shifeng formed an adventurer team, it would undoubtedly flourish. In addition, during the previous battle, Shifeng had made a name for himself in Cold Wind City. He wouldn't have any issues establishing a guild, much less an adventurer team. They could already see players lining up to apply. "What do you need our help with?" Solitary 9 asked, practically glowing. He had already decided to join any force this man established. After all, Shifeng's strength and combat standards were far more impressive than his own. Watching Shifeng's battle had opened the doors to a completely new world for him. Unfortunately, Shifeng hadn't shown any interest in setting up his own force, so he hadn't asked the swordsman about it. He had only hoped to form a close relationship with the swordsman and find an opportunity to seek Shifeng's guidance. Now, however, he didn't need to do so. He could simply join Shifeng's adventurer team. His goal in establishing an adventurer team was to improve his combat standards by delving into God's domain's various ruins and dungeons. He did not like participating in the struggles between guilds. Most importantly, he had always hated the way Matchless Family and Centurion Dynasty had operated. Hence, he had established the Aurora Sword Adventurer team. He had thought that he and his companions could join Wave Heart, Cold Wind City's #1 adventurer team, if the guilds put too much pressure on Aurora Sword. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about that anymore. "I'd like to ask your help in advertising and organizing the adventurer team's recruitment." After giving the matter some more thought, he continued, "I don't need a lot of people for the team. 3,000 or 4,000 members will be enough. Official members will have to reach the Trial Tower's 5th floor at the very least, though the requirement will increase as time goes on." Cold Wind City had its own divine coliseum, and although it wasn't connected to those in other cities, it wouldn't affect players' evaluations. The 5th floor. Yenya's jaw dropped. Big Brother Yifeng, very few people in Cold Wind City will be able to meet that requirement. Most experts can only reach the 4th floor. Yenya was one of Aurora Sword's top-ranked experts, but even she had only recently made it to the 5th floor. Quality is more important than quantity. Of course, We could let players take another set of tests before joining the adventurer team, Surfeng said. He then took out the list of Zero Wing's test criteria when recruiting members, displaying it for Solitary 9 and his party. Not all talents in God's domain were powerhouses. Rather than only recruiting those who were already strong, they could also look for players with potential. Players with potential would become reserve members for the moment. Reserve members would then be tested and judged based on their improvement speed. They could become official members once they reached a certain standard. If not, they would have to resort to the primary test, reaching the trial tower's 5th floor. Although this 2-stage process was tedious, it helped Zero Wing avoid missing out on potential experts. Of course, there was a minimum requirement to become a reserve member. Players had to reach the trial tower's 4th floor. At this stage of the game, the trial tower's 4th floor was still a fairly difficult hurdle for players. However, as player standards continued to improve, more of them would reach the 4th floor. If a player could not even reach the 4th floor, there was no point for them to take the test to become a reserve member. Even so, Surfeng's requirements stunned Solitary 9 and his companions. In Cold Wind City, players who could reach the trial tower's 4th floor were generally recruited to become elite members in one of the 2 major guilds, yet they would only be reserve members in Surfeng's adventurer team. Once the city's players found out about this, they'd call him a madman. After all, how could an adventurer team offer more benefits than a guild? Convincing 1,000 people to join this man's adventurer team would be immensely difficult, much less 5,000 people. Brother Yifeng, what do you intend to call your adventurer team? Solitary 9 asked. The adventurer team's name? Surfeng thought about how others had called him an Azura. Being intensely uncreative, he replied, let's call it the Azura Adventurer Team. At first, he had considered simply calling it the Zero Wing Adventurer Team. After all, he had planned to use this adventurer team as reinforcements for Zero Wing's core members. However, after giving the matter some thought, he gave up on the idea. After all, many of God's domain's experts disliked the restrictions guilds imposed on their members. Instead, he could invite the experts that refused to join Zero Wing to his Azura Adventurer Team. This way, the Azura Adventurer Team could collect independent experts who disliked guilds, forming a symbiotic relationship with Zero Wing. Then, Brother Yifeng, can my Aurora Sword Adventurer Team join yours? Solitary 9 asked anxiously after taking a deep breath. Of course. It'll help me out quite a bit if you join. As long as your team members can meet one of the 2 requirements, they are welcome, Surfeng said, smiling. He already had a rough estimation of Solitary 9's strength. He had also listened to Yenya's comments on the matter. Not only was Solitary 9 one of Cold Wind City's top 3 MTs, but he had also reached the last stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. He was only a step away from the 7th. Although he didn't know any advanced combat techniques, he was not that far from the half-step refinement realm. In Zero Wing, he could easily rank among the guild's top 10 MTs. It was quite impressive. Furthermore, Solitary 9 hadn't received any official training like Zero Wing's core members had. The man had reached that standard of his own power. If Solitary 9 were offered sufficient training and guidance, he could easily reach the half-step refinement realm. Given enough time, reaching the refinement realm wouldn't be much of an issue. As such a capable expert, why wouldn't he welcome Solitary 9 into his adventurer team? Unfortunately, he'd have no choice but to let go the Aurora Sword members who couldn't meet the recruitment requirements. It was important that an organization adhere to its own rules. Otherwise, the organization would lose its members' trust. I understand, Solitary 9 replied. The Azura Adventurer Team wanted experts. He'd have no choice but to compensate the Aurora Sword members who didn't make the cut. Following which, Surfeng and his new companions drew up a list of benefits that the Azura Adventurer Team would offer its members. With such a high recruitment requirement, not many players would apply if they didn't offer appropriate benefits. Before they realized it, their advanced carriage had arrived before Cold Wind City's library. What a marvelous library! As soon as Surfeng alighted from the carriage, he could not help but stare at the mountainous building before him. Compared to White River City's library, Cold Wind City's was a giant. The building was well over 300 meters tall. It was large enough to fill 3 sports arenas. At the same time, the library felt ancient like some long-lost ruin. Following which, Surfeng activated his Demon Hunter title and approached the entrance. The 4 NPC guards by the doors glanced at Shifeng as he passed by, showing no intention of stopping the swordsman. Elsewhere, Solitary 9 published the recruitment information for the Azura Adventurer team on Cold Wind City's official forums. At the same time, Yenya and the others saw to the necessary arrangements to spread the news throughout the city. Very quickly, news about Shifeng's adventurer team reached every player in Cold Wind City. What? He's actually trying to establish an adventurer team? When Thundering Sky, who had recently resurrected, received the news, his expression darkened. Chapter 1456, Adventurer Team's Benefits. Chapter 1456, Adventurer Team's Benefits. Guild Leader. Quite a few of our members have withdrawn from the guild as soon as they heard the news. If we don't do something to stop this, I'm afraid that we'll lose more of our members, Featherwind cautiously reported to Thundering Sky. The battle at the auction house dealt a massive blow to Matchless Family's reputation, and because of that, the guild had lost over 1,000 elites and experts. Yet, despite such huge losses, Matchless Family couldn't do anything about them. After all, the guild was utterly helpless against Shifeng. To make matters worse, Shifeng had decided to establish his own adventurer team. They couldn't afford to provoke Shifeng when he stood alone, but they could still avoid the man. Matchless Family had over 100,000 members. Even if Shifeng were more powerful, he wouldn't be able to damage the guild's foundations if their members spread out. If he had an adventurer team under his control, however, Matchless Family would likely have to face thousands of players in the future. It had become even harder to deal with this expert. Damn it! Just who is he? Why haven't we heard of this guy before? Thundering Sky's expression twisted as he read the latest report. If not for Shifeng's sudden appearance, their plans wouldn't have been interrupted, and he would have secured his hold on Cold Wind City. Guild Leader, should we contact those people? Featherwind asked softly. It can't be helped. At this rate, Cold Wind City will either end up in Centurion Dynasty's hands or the Azura Adventurer team's. Since they've taken Cold Wind City from me, I won't let them have it either, Thundering Sky growled, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Contact them. Tell them that Matchless Family is willing to join their guild. However, we require that they destroy Centurion Dynasty and the Azura Adventurer team. Although Cold Wind City's players couldn't travel to other NPC cities right now, they could communicate with players in these cities offline. An upper echelon from Hecate, a large guild in another NPC city, had contacted Matchless Family, stating Hecate's interest in purchasing the guild. Initially, Thundering Sky had hesitated. After all, Hecate was far more powerful than Matchless Family, controlling more than 5 NPC cities. Hecate even ruled over Ice Crystal City, the Ice Crystal World's largest NPC city. Thundering Sky wasn't confident of Matchless Family's survival should it insult this massive guild. He had hoped to solidify his control over Cold Wind City before anyone cleared the Snow Rift. Even if his city were connected with other NPC cities, he'd more or less have the power to withstand outside forces. Now that he had lost any hope of becoming his city's overlord, joining Hecate was his best choice. Once the passage opened, with Hecate's secret support, Matchless Family would send both Centurion Dynasty and Shifeng to meet their maker. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Featherwind then logged out of the game and disappeared from the office. Elsewhere, after splitting up, Solitary 9 and the others took the 3,000 gold Shifeng had given them to purchase a considerably large plot of land from the city hall. They then visited the Adventurers Association to begin their residence's construction. Although the residence was not as luxurious as a guild residence, it could easily accommodate 1,000 people at a time. Hopeful applicants had already surrounded Azura's residence. Over 4,000 players waited for their evaluation, and this was only the beginning. As expected of the adventurer team established by Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Azura's residence is even larger than Wave Heart's. That's right. I bet it won't be long before Azura becomes the #1 adventurer team in Cold Wind City. While the crowd waited for the application process to start, Solitary 9 emerged and posted the recruitment requirements at the entrance. As Azura's recruitment standards went public, many players were shocked. Is the Azura adventure team crazy? Only those who reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor qualify to join? Do they not know what it means to reach the trial tower's 5th floor? What? Even those who can reach the 4th floor have to deal with further testing? If I had that kind of strength, I would have joined a guild as a core member. Why would I even bother joining an adventurer team? Is this really an adventurer team? Why do I feel like its recruitment requirements are harsher than a large guild's? With these standards, I doubt that Azura will even recruit 1,000 members. No, it might not even get 500 members. Is the Azura adventurer team toying with us? Crap! Isn't this just an adventurer team? Who would be desperate enough to deal with this crap? When the players outside Azura's residence saw the requirements, some laughed, some cursed, and others simply turned and left. Everyone thought that the Azura adventurer team was mad. As far as they knew, Azura's recruitment requirements were even higher than a first-rate guild's, not to mention Cold Wind City's guilds. With such high requirements, only a small number of players throughout the Ice Crystal world would bother to join the adventurer team. After all, Azura was merely an adventurer team. It couldn't offer any significant benefits. An adventurer team just existed to give players an easier time forming teams and parties to raid dungeons and explore ruins. Expert players never needed to worry about finding party members. Furthermore, the Azura adventurer team had only recently been established. Even with an expert like Surpasses, without dungeon raid or ruin exploration results, expert players were less inclined to consider an adventurer team. Commander, players have stood outside our doors for quite some time now, yet only a few have applied. What should we do? Yenya stated at the crowd outside in frustration. Yenya, stop calling me commander. Now that we've joined the Azura adventurer team, Yifeng is the commander. I am simply one of Azura's party leaders, Solitary 9 said. Regarding the recruitment issue, the commander has stated that if people don't apply, we'll reveal this benefit to the public. He had mentioned the possibility of this awkward situation to Surpasses, and after giving the matter some thought, the man had decided to raise the team members' benefits. Any official member of the Azura adventurer team could use contribution points to purchase dark gold weapons and equipment, as well as the opportunity to learn various combat techniques. What? Co-commander, is that true? Yenya exclaimed when she heard this. Being able to purchase dark gold weapons and equipment from the adventurer team was already impressive. Even Cold Wind City's experts only had a few dark gold items on them. Usually, only guild's core members had any access to such items, yet the Azura's official members could bid on these items. However, the dark gold items paled in comparison to the combat techniques. Most players knew something about combat techniques, mysterious techniques that could significantly improve one's combat power. Unfortunately, very few players actually knew any of these techniques. In fact, neither of Cold Wind City's 2 large guilds had any players that had learned a combat technique. Yet, the Azura adventurer team offered to teach its members various combat techniques. This felt like a dream. The commander made the decision, so don't worry about it. In any case, publish the information outside. Solitary 9 nodded. He, too, had been surprised when he had heard Surpasses' decision. Following which, Yenya ran to the notice board outside the residence's entrance and published this shocking announcement. Chapter 1457, Clue to Evolution. Chapter 1457, Clue to Evolution. Cold Wind City's library. As soon as Surpasses entered the library, he felt as if he had just stepped into a different world. The library didn't contain any books whatsoever. Instead, the hall included a starry sky and organized shrubbery. Creeks and bridges snaked through the main hall. From time to time, one caught sight of glittering, translucent balls of water rising from the creeks before they dispersed into tiny drops. All of these creeks originated from a single location, the massive water ball hovering in the center of the hall. Not even Starmoon City's library was this beautiful. What an amazing library. It's fully automated with the use of magic water balls. The mana density is double that of outside. If players could practice their spells in here, their learning efficiency would double, maybe triple. Surpasses could not help his surprise when he sensed the building's mana. However, Surpasses was surprised to see only a few magical class players in the library. At a glance, he only counted 200 to 300 players. It was an abnormally small number for a library. What he didn't know was that one had to become a baron before they could enter Cold Wind City's library. If not for Shifeng's the Demon Hunter title, the level 180 NPC guards at the entrance would have chased him away. He didn't give the matter too much thought, though. He approached the central water ball and began to search for information on the eternal ice crystals. It was far more convenient to search through the magic water ball than it would be to leaf through numerous books. There sure is a lot of information here. Shifeng was astonished when his search for the eternal ice crystal came back with over 100 results. Normally, he'd be lucky if he got 10 or so results for a particular search. Fortunately, it was usually enough information to find the item they wanted, yet hundreds of entries mentioned the eternal ice crystals. This almost guaranteed that he could find the crystal's location. Following which, Shifeng browsed through the information. How is this possible? What Shifeng found shocked him. The eternal ice crystal was actually a mana crystal. Only, due to the ice crystal world's influence, the power of frost tainted these mana crystals, transforming them into eternal ice crystals. These crystals could be found in the ice crystal world's various forbidden lands, but only Great Lord-ranked bosses and above had a chance of dropping them. Unfortunately, these bosses wouldn't drop complete eternal ice crystals. Rather, they had a very low chance of dropping ice crystal fragments. One had a 50% chance of successfully synthesizing 10 ice crystal fragments into one completely eternal ice crystal. No wonder she gave me a month for this quest. It's certainly not going to be easy. Shifeng frowned. Although the Snow Rift was a forbidden land, it didn't have many field bosses. Considering the low drop rate and the 50% success rate, it would take a long time to obtain one eternal ice crystal, much less 10. I guess I need to hurry. Now that he knew that eternal ice crystals were actually mana crystals, he had even more reason to obtain them. He also needed mana crystals to evolve the Abyssal Blade. Although the Tier 1 Abyssal Blade was plenty powerful, particularly when it came to compatibility rate, its basic attributes weren't quite on the level of top-tier epic weapons. He wanted to evolve the Abyssal Blade, but he hadn't found any mana crystals, so he had been forced to set the matter aside for some time. If he could evolve the Abyssal Blade once more, he'd be more confident of defeating the Ancient Shrine's Guardian boss. Armed with this new information, Shifeng was glad he had decided to establish an adventurer team in Cold Wind City. He wouldn't have had any hope of collecting enough eternal ice crystals in time if he were alone. Following which, Shifeng left the library and hurried towards Azura's residence. Shortly after the Azura adventurer team had published the new benefits, the crowd outside the team's residence went into an uproar. What? Members can trade contribution points for combat techniques. Azura is actually willing to teach combat techniques. Not even the city's two large guilds offer that benefit. Although Cold Wind City had many experts, only a handful had learned combat techniques. These experts treated these techniques like family heirlooms, refusing to teach any outsider. But the general public knew how powerful combat techniques were. A player with a combat technique could easily defeat one without. Moreover, unlike skills and spells, players could improve their combat standards while they learned a technique. This was yet another reason that experts refused to teach others their techniques. They adamantly refused all sorts of payment for the training. Yet, the Azura Adventure team wanted to teach its members various combat techniques. The news stunned countless players. None of them doubted the validity of Azura's offer. As Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Shifeng certainly knew many combat techniques. There wasn't anything surprising about him teaching his members one or two of these techniques. Moreover, the more powerful an expert was, the more they would value their promises. After a short moment, players crowded the previously empty registration area. The crowd even included players who had yet to reach the Trial Tower's 4th floor. These players begged Solitary 9 to give them a chance and let them become reserve members. For a time, Solitary 9 and the other players manning the registration area were incredibly busy. More players had come to apply than they had expected. Even 5th floor experts were rushing to put in their applications. Among these experts, many had been main force members from well-known adventurer teams or experts from the two large guilds. In less than 30 minutes, Azura had over 100 official members and 500 reserve members. Unfortunately, Solitary 9 rejected every player who hadn't yet reached the Trial Tower's 4th floor, telling these players to return after they did so. News of the Azura adventure teams offered to teach its members combat techniques quickly spread throughout the city. It became a hot topic among these players, and many expressed their intention to join the organization. The city's two large guilds suffered headaches because of this. They had planned to ridicule Azura for its high recruitment requirements, but now they were only frustrated over the new adventurer team. If Azura gathered enough experts and taught them combat techniques, there was no doubt that the adventurer team would become Cold Wind City's overlord. Guild leader, I've notified Hecate. However, more than 500 players have already joined Azura. At this rate, Azura will rule the city long before Hecate opens a path to Cold Wind City, Featherwind said, shocked as he overlooked the statistics he had recently received. This won't do. No, we'll go and find Waveheart. Even if we have to pay a high price, we have to form an alliance with the adventurer team and convince them to deal with Azura, Thundering Sky said as he stood. He had hoped to avoid allying with Waveheart to deal with Azura, but it'd be enough if the adventurer team helped Matchless Family survive until Hecate arrived. Guild leader, a report just came in. Waveheart's Lifeless Thorn has led a team to Azura's residence. By the looks of it, Lifeless Thorn plans to take action, Featherwind said, smiling coldly at the latest report. Lifeless Thorn was a battle maniac. Since his debut in Cold Wind City, not a single expert he had challenged had lasted more than 5 moves. Eventually, he had become Cold Wind City's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. Not even the city's main guilds could do anything against the man, and were forced to ignore his existence. He's making a move? Thundering Sky could not help but laugh. This is going to be interesting. Let's go. We're heading to the residence to watch this play out. Chapter 1458, Demigod-ranked expert. Chapter 1458, Demigod-ranked expert. Cold Wind City, Azura Adventure Team's residence. As soon as Shurfong stepped out of the advanced carriage, he was greeted by a sea of people crowding around the residence's entrance. It was even more lively than an imperial capital's auction house. Why are so many people here? Shurfong was confused to see such a large crowd. Around a dozen people stood before the registration area, the leader of which was a man in icy blue armor, holding a purple spear in his right hand. Although this man stood in silence, the surrounding players had distanced themselves from him, creating a wide, open space clearing. Aside from this man's companions, no player dared to move within 20 yards of him. I hadn't expected Lifeless Thorn to visit. Why do you think he's here? Do you really need to ask? He's here to issue a challenge. Lifeless Thorn was Cold Wind City's #1 expert. Now that someone has usurped his position, he must be here to reclaim his status. Indeed. I've heard Waveheart members talk about how bored he is because he hasn't been able to find someone who can put up a decent fight. He's been spending time in the Forbidden Land to open a path to other NPC cities, so he can find new experts to challenge. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which of the 2 experts will win the duel. You can't figure that out on your own? Lifeless Thorn is definitely going to win. He's invincible in Cold Wind City. On the other hand, the mysterious swordsman has only made a name for himself recently. I wonder if that swordsman will accept Lifeless Thorn's challenge. The spectating crowd discussed the potential duel between Shurfong and Lifeless Thorn. They all anticipated the fight between these 2 powerful experts. Guild leader, Lifeless Thorn has grown stronger again. He's replaced his old weapon, too. His last weapon was a top-tier, level 45, dark gold spear called Meteor Spear. It had been crimson red, and I've heard that Lifeless Thorn had found it in a dark gold treasure chest. It seems that he had earned quite the harvest from the Snow Rift, Featherwind said, smiling as he gazed at the purple spear in the berserker's hand. That damnable swordsman is in trouble. Indeed. If Lifeless Thorn gets serious, not even Sky Slicer, and I would have any hope against him. That's why Hecate has been urging us to do everything we can to recruit him. It's a pity that he isn't interested in joining a guild. I doubt he even would have joined Waveheart if not for the help in obtaining better weapons and equipment, Thundering Sky said as he tried to sort out a tangle of complex emotions. He had always treated Lifeless Thorn like the biggest thorn in his side, but even Hecate had warned him not to provoke the man. Now, Lifeless Thorn would finally be of some use to him. Lifeless, I already told you that our commander isn't here. Standing here is pointless. If you want to challenge the commander, I'll let him know once he's finished his tasks and returns. Solitary 9 growled, frustrated with Lifeless Thorn obstructing the registration area. Solitary 9 had personally experienced this man's power. The gap between them was massive. Despite being one of the top 3 MTs in Cold Wind City, he had only lasted 3 moves against Lifeless Thorn. From start to end, he had been powerless to retaliate. Moreover, their duel had been over a month ago. Now, Lifeless Thorn radiated an even more frightening feeling. With a single glance from the man, Solitary 9 felt as if he trudged through a muddy swamp, his movement growing sluggish. On the surface, the 2 large guilds ruled over Cold Wind City. In reality, however, these guilds only operated as they wished because of Lifeless Thorn's disinterest in struggles over power and resources. Since the Berserker blocked off the registration area, who would be bold enough to come forth to apply to Azura? That won't be a problem. I have plenty of spare time. If I can't face him today, then you can contact your commander and inform him of my challenge, Lifeless Thorn said, smiling. He can choose the time and place. It doesn't matter to me. 9, you know that Lifeless is a battle maniac. Once he has made a decision, nothing can stop him. Just contact your commander, Cleansing Whistle advised. In reality, she too was curious to see who would win a fight between Shifeng and Lifeless Thorn. Lifeless Thorn might have claimed that he wasn't a match for the newcomer, but he was simply being humble. She was fully aware of the man's true power. Not only had he obtained the top-tier, epic weapon Thunder Spear, but he had also obtained the Lightning Saint's legacy, a peak legacy. Even throughout the Ice Crystal world, Lifeless Thorn could rank near the top. How could he possibly lose to some unknown swordsman? You guys, as Solitary 9 struggled with his frustration, a deep voice reached him from down the hall. All right, I accept your challenge. Everyone immediately turned towards the voice. Commander. Solitary 9 gave Shifeng a confused look as he approached. Shifeng had told him that he needed to concentrate on finding certain information, and they shouldn't disturb him unless it were of the utmost importance. Hence, he had avoided contacting the commander. Haha, you've finally shown yourself. Lifeless Thorn smiled at Shifeng, who hid his name and appearance. His eyes shining with fighting spirit, he said, I knew an expert like you wouldn't refuse a challenge. The crowd had gasped when they heard Shifeng's answer. They hadn't expected the Azura Adventurer team to accept the challenge. I'll agree to your challenge, but a simple duel would be too boring. Why don't we make a bet? Shifeng asked, smiling. Even during his previous life, he had heard of this man. One of the 12 sacred berserkers, Lightning Warrior. Lifeless Thorn had only been a step away from becoming a Tier 6 berserker god. This player had become so famous in the past because he had provoked the Super Guild King's return. Although the guild eventually killed him, his defeat had been glorious. During the final battle, King's Return had dispatched 3 Tier 5 players to suppress Lifeless Thorn, yet he had killed one of these Tier 5 players before he had fallen. In the end, a Tier 6 God-ranked expert had joined the fray, and Lifeless Thorn had faltered and died. Lifeless Thorn's rise to prominence had been extremely fast. Although he had been incredibly famous in his own otherworld, he had only become truly renowned after venturing to God's Domain's continent. Once there, he had caused quite the commotion as he had challenged and defeated one expert from the God's Domain experts list after another. It hadn't taken him long to rank among the top 50 on the list. If not for the fact that he had remained a solo player, refusing to join any organization, he wouldn't have been stuck at Tier 5. If he hadn't been so stubborn and simply joined some random first-rate guild, he would have likely become a Tier 6 God-ranked expert. Shifeng had never thought that he'd encounter Lifeless Thorn in the Ice Crystal world. He was truly blessed. In the past, Lifeless Thorn had never joined a guild, but now that Shifeng had established his own adventurer team, he could attempt to recruit the berserker. It'd be almost as good as convincing the man to join Zero Wing. If Shifeng succeeded, he'd have yet another powerful supporter. Chapter 1459, Battle for Number 1. Chapter 1459, Battle for Number 1. A bet. Smiling, Lifeless Thorn responded without hesitation. That won't be a problem. Even if you hadn't offered, I would have. I just wonder if you're brave enough to accept my wager. When they heard Lifeless Thorn's reply, Waveheart's members sent Shifeng provocative glances. At the same time, their gazes contained a hint of pity. They acted as if they already knew this bet's outcome. Solitary 9 finally realized what was happening. Quickly, he whispered to Shifeng, "Commander, you must not agree to his bet. He wants your combat techniques." Not long ago, he had challenged every expert in Cold Wind City who had their own combat technique and forced the defeated to teach him. That's why he's become so powerful. Combat techniques? Realization dawned on Shifeng. He had been confused by how fast Lifeless Thorn had accepted his offer. Now he knew why the man was so eager. He had proposed the bet to create an opportunity where he could recruit Lifeless Thorn into the Azura Adventurer team. He hadn't expected this berserker to have designs on him as well. Combat techniques were precious in God's domain. The various large guilds that had their own only taught their most important members. Everyone else would have to rely on others' battle videos, either mimicking those with combat techniques or creating their own. Shifeng now understood why Lifeless Thorn had risen so quickly on God's domain's continent. "You're the one who suggested a bet. Are you chickening out?" Lifeless Thorn ridiculed as he glanced at Shifeng. "I have no issues. I'll accept your wager as long as it is within my capabilities to fulfill." Every core member in Zero Wing could learn the guild's combat techniques. Even if Lifeless Thorn didn't want to gamble combat techniques, if he joined Azura, he could easily purchase them with enough contribution points. "Good." Hearing Shifeng's reply, Lifeless Thorn hurriedly said, "My request is simple. If I win, you teach me that special footwork technique you used earlier. If you win, you can ask for whatever you want." Ordinary players would have watched Shifeng's battle against Matchless Family as entertainment. They wouldn't have examined the swordsman's skills. However, he had realized that Shifeng's disappearing act wasn't the result of a skill, but due to the man employing a special footwork technique to fool his opponent's eyes. He had never even heard of such powerful footwork before. Compared to this combat technique, those he had learned were garbage. Although Azura had declared that its members could purchase combat techniques with contribution points, he was fully aware that there were differences between techniques. This swordsman would never let his adventure team's members trade CP for such an effective footwork technique. This guy really has a big appetite. He's actually aiming for Big Brother Yifeng's unique combat technique right off the bat. He is shameless. Yenya stared at Lifeless Thorn with contempt. Solitary 9 and the others nodded in agreement. They had a rough understanding of combat techniques as well. For example, offensive combat techniques were the most common, while defensive combat techniques were much rarer. Footwork and breathing techniques were the rarest, capable of enhancing a player's maneuverability. If a player learned one of those, their combat power could reach a whole new level. Yet, despite understanding the value of such a technique, Lifeless Thorn shamelessly asked for it. "That's all?" Shifeng asked. "Yeah, that's all I want. Do you accept?" Lifeless Thorn nodded, curious about Shifeng's calm reaction. "I don't have any problems with that. My request is pretty simple as well. If I win, you have to join the Azura Adventurer team," Shifeng said, smiling. "Deal. I'll join Azura if you can defeat me," Lifeless Thorn agreed without hesitation. However, he continued, "To ensure that our duel is fair, we'll use balance mode." An uproar ripped through the crowd when they heard this. "Lifeless Thorn, aren't you asking for too much? Not only have you asked for a powerful combat technique if you win, but you dare to ask for balanced mode. You're Cold Wind City's #1 expert. How is this fair?" Solitary 9 cursed. In a balanced mode PvP, the opponent's basic attributes would equalize, and any level or tier suppression would be rendered useless. Normally, players only use this mode if they wanted to compare their techniques. "Although I like PvP, I have no interest in one-sided oppression," Lifeless Thorn declared righteously. After watching Shifeng's battle video, he realized how high the swordsman's basic attributes were. He definitely wasn't a match for the swordsman. Although he was proud of his strength, he wasn't blindly confident. "All right, let's use balanced mode." The suggestion didn't particularly surprise Shifeng. If Lifeless Thorn could not tell the difference between their basic attributes despite watching his battle video, he wouldn't want to recruit the man for the Azura Adventurer team. "Good. Let's sign a contract, then." Hearing Shifeng's consent, Lifeless Thorn pulled out a contract he had prepared earlier. All it was missing was Shifeng's signature. After reading through the contract, Shifeng signed it. With the main god system as the judge, no one could deny the duel's outcome. following which, Shurfeng and Lifeless Thorn headed to one of the Divine Colosseum's combat rooms. The combat room, which could accommodate up to 10,000 spectators, was full. The large screen in the main hall would live-stream the duel. Almost every player in Cold Wind City with nothing better to do made their way to the Divine Colosseum to watch the match. This duel would determine Cold Wind City's true #1 expert. No one wanted to miss this. Azura's commander is pretty arrogant. He dares to face Lifeless Thorn in balanced mode. He'll humiliate himself, Cleansing Whistle stated, smiling faintly at Shurfeng, who stood in the arena. That's right. Brother Lifeless' split spear is no laughing matter. Even Shadowless, the city's second-ranked expert, couldn't evade it after activating a Berserk skill. Now that Brother Lifeless has the Thunder Spear, his split spear is even stronger. He can probably instant-kill Shadowless now, a level 45 shield warrior said, nodding. While Wave Hearts members merrily chatted, the timer above the stage began to count down. As if he had become someone completely different, Lifeless Thorn began to release a bone-chilling killing intent. The look in his eyes had changed as well. He felt like a ferocious beast. Tension gripped the stage as the seconds ticked by, and the players in the stands felt stifled. The moment the timer reached 0, Lifeless Thorn activated twofold Berserk, his aura becoming explosively intense. The Berserker knew he couldn't afford to be careless against Shurfeng. If this fight had happened before he had obtained the Lightning Saint's legacy, he would have hesitated to challenge Shurfeng. The swordsman's combat techniques were clearly superior to his. He would have been asking for a beating if he had challenged the man to a balanced mode duel. However, Peak Legacies granted Legacy Berserk skills, which could be used in conjunction with ordinary Berserk skills. If he activated twofold Berserk, his basic attributes would exceed Shurfeng's by leaps and bounds. Even if Shurfeng's combat standards were superior, the swordsman could never make up for the gap in attributes. I have a hidden class. Don't blame me for hiding it. You only have yourself to blame for being careless. I'll gladly take that footwork technique now. Lifeless Thorn smiled at Shurfeng before activating Charge and advancing. Chapter 1460, Complete Suppression. Chapter 1460, Complete Suppression. After activating Charge, it took only an instant for Lifeless Thorn to cross the 20-plus yards separating him and Shurfeng. As soon as Lifeless Thorn reached his opponent, he thrust Thunder Spear at the other player, sending over 20 afterimages at Shurfeng from different angles. It was impossible to find the real weapon among the fakes. How has his split spear become so much stronger? Solitary 9 could not help but gasp. When he had dueled Lifeless Thorn, the Berserker had only produced over a dozen spear images. Even with his shield, he hadn't been able to block every spear image, forced to rely on luck and hope he blocked the real weapon. Yet, the Berserker could now produce over 20 images, nearly double what he had previously been capable of. Just watching the images was confusing, not to mention trying to block the attack. Brother Lifeless twofold Berserk is impressive. Not even an MT can block so many images. The attack surprised Wave Hearts members. Lifeless is taking this too seriously. Cleansing Whistle revealed a helpless smile as she watched the Berserker fight with everything he had. His opponent is doomed. Throughout her time raiding dungeons and adventuring with Lifeless Thorn, this was the first time she had seen him go all out. Moreover, in a balanced mode duel, the player with higher basic attributes would be suppressed to match the opponent's. Since Lifeless Thorn's attributes weren't affected, he wouldn't feel awkward as he moved. In contrast, Shurfeng would need some time to get used to the lower attributes. It was clear that Lifeless Thorn realized this, yet he refused to give Shurfeng any time to adapt. With so many advantages, the Berserker would have an easy time winning this duel. As the numerous spear images were about to devour Shurfeng, a blue light flashed before him, following which a loud explosion shook the arena, followed by a powerful shockwave radiating across the stage. Lifeless Thorn's Thunder Spear had stopped an inch from Shurfeng's neck. Impossible! Cleansing Whistle shot up from her seat, shock flashing in her eyes. Lifeless split spear. Why did it stop? What? Brother Lifeless messed up. The other Wave Heart members were similarly stunned. Lifeless Heart had rarely ever failed to hit his target with split spear. His opponent could only block the attack if they were lucky. Of course, nobody was more surprised than Lifeless Thorn. However, the Berserker didn't give up after his first attack had failed. Immediately, he executed Split Spear again, sending another 20-plus spear images thrusting at Shifeng. Before the spear images reached Shifeng, another blue light flashed. This time, the Thunder Spear stopped several centimeters away from Shifeng's right shoulder. There was more distance between the weapon and the swordsman than before. Did it hit? What's going on? Waveheart's members watched Shifeng in confusion, realizing that golden scales covered the man's body. He actually deflected lifeless Split Spear. Is he some kind of monster? Cleansing Whistle's expression darkened as she watched the fight. Split Spear was so impressive because it was nearly impossible to pinpoint the real weapon, which confused the opponent as they tried to defend themselves. But in the brief moment before Lifeless Thorn's weapon reached Shifeng, the swordsman located the real Thunder Spear and properly deflected it. His grasp of strength and timing was simply godlike. Before Cleansing Whistle could overcome her shock, Shifeng took a step forward and disappeared. He vanished. Lifeless Thorn immediately responded by executing Whirlwind Slash, his spear sweeping horizontally to slice everything within 10 yards of the Berserker. Dang! A loud clang echoed throughout the venue. Following which, Shifeng reappeared as he flew over a dozen yards backward before landing. Despite being knocked back so far, Shifeng hadn't lost a single HP. He had nullified Lifeless Thorn's horizontal slash with parry. As expected of the Lightning Warrior, his reactions are so fast. Shifeng smiled faintly as he glanced at the still vibrating killing ray. Split Sword was Lifeless Thorn's trademark combat technique. He had used it plenty of times against the experts on God's Domain Experts list. However, the technique was still immature right now. Although he could create over 20 spear images, his attacks were monotone. Against Shifeng, who was capable of pushing his 5 senses to their very limits and had a perfect grasp over his environment, the immature technique was useless. Moreover, although balanced mode would equalize the combatant's basic attributes, it wouldn't affect the player's physiques. To Shifeng, whose physique exceeded that of an ordinary Tier 2 player, Lifeless Thorn's Split Spear was a joke. Meanwhile, the Berserker felt an unprecedented pressure weigh down on him as he watched his opponent. In a clash of techniques, the player that used a skill first would lose. Although this duel wasn't a pure exchange of techniques, it was the first time he had encountered a player who could treat his Split Spear like a normal attack. You are incredibly strong. Despite the minor loss, Lifeless Thorn wasn't discouraged. Instead, he smiled as he said, I admit that I am no match for you in terms of technique. However, combat techniques aren't the only factor that determine a player's strength. One must also take into account attributes and skills. Saying so, Lifeless Thorn's Thunder Spear shuddered slightly. Suddenly, 6 golden replicas of the weapon appeared around him. This move was Adjudication Spear, one of Thunder Spear's skills. Every Adjudication Spear carried 100% of Lifeless Thorn's strength. Moreover, he had complete control over the weapons and could use them alongside his Split Spear. The only downside was its 10-second duration. However, in a fight between experts, it was more than enough time. Guild leader, Lifeless Thorn is really scary. Azura's commander will definitely lose, Featherwind excitedly announced. Good. As expected of the publicly acknowledged #1 expert. If Shifeng lost, Lifeless Thorn would be Cold Wind City's undisputed #1 expert. The Azura Adventurer team's reputation would plummet, and although it would still pose a threat to Matchless Family, it wouldn't rule over Cold Wind City. As the upper echelons of Cold Wind City's large guilds sighed with relief, Shifeng walked towards his opponent. You are correct. A player's strength doesn't solely depend on their combat techniques. Attributes and skills do play a factor, Shifeng said, nodding. He then activated Tier 2 Blade Liberation and 9 Dragons Slash. Suddenly, the intensity of Shifeng's aura skyrocketed. At the same time, 12 Abyssal Blade Phantoms manifested around him. You have a hidden class as well. Lifeless Thorn was dazed as he felt the power of Shifeng's aura, his heart pounding madly. Suddenly, he lost his previous confidence. Twofold Berserk was his biggest trump card. With absolute power, he could easily overwhelm his opponents, even if his techniques were inferior. However, based on the man's aura, Shifeng's basic attributes were now much higher than his. His opponent's 12 Phantom Swords even outnumbered his prided Adjudication Spears. As Lifeless Thorn stared, Shifeng appeared before him and lightly swung Killing Ray. Tier 2 Legacy skill, Shadow Blade. Although Lifeless Thorn tried to defend himself, he was too slow, and 10 streaks of light, 1 blue and 9 black, struck him. Instantly, Lifeless Thorn's HP vanished, his body transforming into particles of light as he disappeared. As if time had frozen, silence dominated the combat room. Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's #1 expert, had been defeated. Chapter 1461, Abyssal Blade Evolves. Chapter 1461, Abyssal Blade Evolves. Only after the system had announced the duel's outcome did the audience react. He won, just like that. So fast. I couldn't even see what he did. Is this really a balanced mode PvP duel? Why do I feel like that guy is much stronger than Lifeless Thorn? Most people weren't surprised by the battle's outcome. After all, both Shifeng and Lifeless Thorn gave the city's large guilds headaches. It wasn't surprising to discover that one was stronger than the other. Rather, they were shocked over the battle's process. After watching the duel, the expert players that had hesitated over joining the Azura Adventurer team swore that they would join. Just who is this guy? Despair tore at Thundering Sky's heart as he watched Shifeng descend from the stage. He had hoped that even if Lifeless Thorn weren't a match for the swordsman, the difference between them wouldn't be so great. However, that clearly wasn't the case. Even an amateur could tell that Shifeng and Lifeless Thorn were on completely different levels. Thundering Sky could already foresee the Azura Adventurer team lording over Cold Wind City within a short time. His only choice was to rein in his members, avoiding provoking Azura's members as he bided for time until Hecate arrived. He had no other options. The commander is so amazing. I want to see what Wave Heart intends to do now. Yenya and the other Azura members were ecstatic. They had personally watched as Lifeless Thorn's undefeated legend was shattered, and a new legend was born in Cold Wind City. Azura could become one of the top adventurer teams in the Ice Crystal world, not to mention becoming Cold Wind City's overlord. Below the stage, Lifeless Thorn wore a blank look as he resurrected. I lost. He couldn't help but recall the final scene of the battle. Although Shifeng had used the opportunity to attack while he had been stunned, he wasn't sure that he could have blocked all 10 attacks as they aimed for his blind spots even if he hadn't been dazed. Even with his adjudication spears, he would have been lucky to block half of those attacks. In the end, nothing would have changed. He would have died all the same. He now realized that, aside from inferior basic attributes and combat standards, he didn't even have enough combat experience to stand against Shifeng. The man had the kind of combat experience that only came from risking one's life in one battle after another. Taking a few deep breaths, Lifeless Thorn approached Shifeng. I sincerely accept my defeat. I will adhere to my promise and join Azura. However, I'd like to ask you about something. Of course, you may also refuse to answer, Lifeless Thorn said. Ask away. I'll answer as best as I can, Shifeng offered. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a player from another region, correct? Lifeless Thorn asked, a hint of excitement coloring his voice. That's right. I'm not from the Cold Wind City region, Shifeng acknowledged, not bothering to hide the truth. The conclusion was easy to reach if one watched carefully. God's Domain had launched some time ago, and experts who were capable of becoming famous had already made a name for themselves. Even if they weren't well known, there should be some news of their achievements. It simply wasn't possible for such a terrifyingly powerful, unknown expert to pop in out of nowhere. The only explanation was that he had come from another region. If an ordinary player's arrival from another region were discovered, it could cause the player a lot of trouble. Shifeng, however, wasn't worried. Cold Wind City didn't have a player who would dare cause him trouble. I knew it. Eagerly, Lifeless Thorn asked, Are there a lot of experts where you come from? A lot. Too many to count, Shifeng responded after giving the matter some thought. Shifeng realized what Lifeless Thorn was trying to say. To put it simply, the Berserker wanted to know if there were a lot of experts who were stronger than him. In reality, Lifeless Thorn was a refinement realm expert. However, he lacked combat experience. There weren't enough experts in Cold Wind City to spar with. As a result, his combat style was monotonous. Although it was effective against weaker players, experts of the same caliber could easily overcome his attacks. Of course, Lifeless Thorn wasn't the only person in such a predicament. Solitary 9 and the other experts faced the same problem. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do about it due to the Ice Crystal World's unique rules. Fortunately, if Lifeless Thorn and the others were trained properly, they could increase their strength in a short amount of time. Currently, Zero Wing was expanding on two fronts. Although the guild seemed strong on the surface, it sorely lacked experts. Recruiting Lifeless Thorn and these other experts would be of great help. Then, can you take me there? I promise that I'll fully devote myself to the Azura Adventurer team. I won't join any other power. Hearing Shifeng's words, fighting spirit burned in Lifeless Thorn's gaze. He wanted to rush out of the Ice Crystal World and face those experts as soon as possible. Not now. I still have some matters that I need to deal with. Once I've finished, I'll lead the top-ranking experts in Azura to develop elsewhere, Shifeng said, shaking his head. In reality, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible as well, but he couldn't return to God's domain until he collected the eternal ice crystals. And unfortunately, he didn't have a strong enough team to raid the Snow Rift's ancient shrine yet. We'll leave once you finish your task? Lifeless Thorn's excitement grew. Commander, just tell me what you need. My team will accomplish it for you. I need to collect a sufficient number of ice crystal fragments. The more, the better. Only the Snow Rift's boss monsters, Great Lord rank and above, have a chance of dropping them, Shifeng explained. Understood. I'll lead a team and kill those bosses right away. Lifeless Thorn nodded, turning to prepare to depart. Hold on a minute. Before you go, take a look at these. Shifeng snatched the impatient berserker's collar. First, he added Lifeless Thorn as a friend. He then sent the man a tutorial video for Void Steps. This is only a tutorial. How much of it you learn depends on you. Void Steps was an advanced footwork technique, which Shifeng taught Zero Wing's core members. Even if a player failed to learn the full technique, they could grow stronger by studying it. Now that Lifeless Thorn had officially joined Azura, it was best that he learn the technique as quickly as possible. This is shock-colored Lifeless Thorn's face as he watched the tutorial video. He had never expected Shifeng to give it away so nonchalantly. His heart warmed, and his respect of this swordsman grew. After the duel, Cold Wind City's experts surged towards Azura's residence. In a few short hours, Azura's member count shot past 5,000. Although only 1,000 or so were official members, the rest became reserve members. Even so, so many experts made it easier for Shifeng to kill the Snow Rift's field bosses easily. He split the 5,000-plus Azura members into 50-man teams and sent the teams to various locations of the Snow Rift. Any team that encountered a Great Lord or higher boss was to contact him immediately. This way, he could use space movement to transport Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and the others' help. Their grinding efficiency was leaps and bounds above what Shifeng could accomplish on his own. In addition, he activated Divine Providence before landing the final blow, using the skill to increase the drop rate for ice crystal fragments. He had to admit again that Icarus's heart was a godly tool. With Divine Providence, he claimed one ice crystal fragment from every 6 or 7 Great Lords. He also obtained a fragment from every 3 or so Grand Lords he killed. Unfortunately, Snow Rift had a limited number of Grand Lord-ranked field bosses. On the bright side, since no one had pioneered the Snow Rift yet, plenty of bosses were available in the Forbidden Land. Their spawn rate was incredibly fast as well. As a result, Shifeng constantly slaughtered bosses. Shifeng only gathered 100 ice crystal fragments after 3 days of grinding. By relying on Divine Providence, he transformed those 100 fragments into 10 eternal ice crystals. During this period, Shifeng had also risen from level 57 to level 58. Naturally, Lifeless Thorn and the others' levels skyrocketed, rising from level 45 to level 48 in just 3 days, pulling far ahead of Cold Wind City's other experts. Although Shifeng had achieved his goal, he didn't rush to turn in his quest. Rather, he ventured to a deserted location and took out the Abyssal Blade. He then attempted to evolve the magic weapon with the eternal ice crystals. I hope this will work. Shifeng took in a deep breath and clicked the Evolve button on the Abyssal Blade's attribute panel. He chose the eternal ice crystals as the evolution material. Chapter 1462, Tier 2 Magic Weapon. Chapter 1462, Tier 2 Magic Weapon. Even after Shifeng selected the evolution material, the Abyssal Blade didn't react. Must it be mana crystals or nothing? Shifeng frowned. The last time he had found a mana crystal, it had been a coincidence. They were practically impossible to hunt down. As Shifeng was about to give up, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System. Replacement evolution material detected. Eternal Ice Crystal. Do you wish to abandon the power of frost contained within the Eternal Ice Crystals and evolve the Abyssal Blade? Abandon the power of frost? Although he was confused, Shifeng ecstatically clicked continue. Suddenly, the 10 Eternal Ice Crystals in Shifeng's hands shattered. 2 clouds of smoke, one black and one white, emerging from their remains. Following which, the black smoke entered the Abyssal Blade. In response, the Abyssal Blade leaped from its sheath and hovered before Shifeng, trembling as it released dragon roars that echoed throughout the wilderness. At the same time, blood-red runes began to surface around the weapon. When the blood-red runes covered the sword entirely, the weapon began to release a rapidly growing pressure. Rather than a sword, Shifeng felt as if he stood before an angry dragon. The pressure was so great that he even struggled to breathe. The phenomenon only began to weaken after about 10 seconds. Eventually, the Abyssal Blade returned to its peaceful state. After evolving, the Abyssal Blade's appearance had transformed slightly. Now, the sword was entirely pitch black. It also radiated a faint trace of black miasma. A black dragon coiled around the sword's hilt, and blood-red runes had carved themselves into the blade. Overall, the Abyssal Blade's new appearance looked evil. What powerful attributes! Shifeng exclaimed when he inspected the attribute panel. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword magic weapon. Attack power plus 1,720. All attributes plus 130. Attack speed plus 24. Ignore levels plus 18. Attacks have 60% chance to cause 220% damage. 37% chance to cause 300% damage. Every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 20%. If wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 5. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 45. Can be upgraded. Devour 100 level 50 fine gold weapons and 30 level 50 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 45. Equipment Tier 2. Can be evolved. Devour 100 mana crystals or eternal ice crystals to evolve to Tier 3. Additional active skill 1, Phantom Kill, Tier 2. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 90% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration, 1 minute 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2, Abyssal Bind, Tier 2. Binds up to 3 enemies simultaneously and prevents movement, reducing defense and magic resistance by 100%. The higher tiered the target is, the weaker the effect will be. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Additional active skill 3, 9 Dragon Slash, Tier 2. Instantly creates 16 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 80% damage. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 4, Abyssal Curse, Tier 2. Prevents all targets within a radius of 50 yards from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target in range. Cooldown, 20 minutes. Additional passive skill, Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the mana density, the greater the improvement. Additional Profound Inheritance, Black Emperor, Tier 2. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 2% and attack speed and movement speed by 1% for 12 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 4 seconds. Maximum of 30 stacks of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 8 hours. The famed Smith Alices personally created the Abyssal Blade, using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. After evolving to Tier 2, both the Abyssal Blade's basic attributes and skill effects had become much stronger than in epic weapons. The Abyssal Bind's strengthening made it particularly effective against Tier 3 bosses. Although it would be weaker against Tier 4 bosses, the skill would at least be somewhat effective now that it had reached Tier 2. With this, my chances of clearing the ancient shrine have increased by 10%. Surfong was very satisfied with the Abyssal Blade's upgrade. As for upgrading the Abyssal Blade to Tier 3, he decided not to worry about it for now. Even with Icarus's heart, gathering 100 eternal ice crystals would require more than a month of effort. Besides, it was only a matter of time before more players raided the Snow Rift. Their grinding efficiency would fall. Now, all he had to do was collect the required 10 eternal ice crystals for his quest. Once he had them, he needed to help his adventurer team's members level quickly to prepare them for the raid on the ancient shrine. After Surfong returned the Abyssal Blade to its sheath, he noticed that the white smoke had gradually crystallized, eventually becoming a shard of clear crystal. When Surfong held the crystal, he felt a chill passing through him. He began to lose 1,000 HP each second. What is this thing? Surfong was shocked. Hurriedly, he stored the crystal in his bag. Despite the brief moment he had held the crystal, his right arm had completely frozen. Had he held it for a few more seconds, the ice might have consumed his entire body. Fortunately, only his arm had frozen. Without the crystal present to absorb heat from his body, his arm quickly recovered. What a strong frost power. Fortunately, my ice resistance is high. Anyone else might have frozen to death instantly. Surfong looked at the crystal in his bag. He then clicked to inspect the item. Although Surfong could not say for certain if he had the highest ice resistance of any player in God's domain, there was no doubt that he was close. Moreover, he had an intermediate Azure Source Stone equipped. Tier 1 Ice-type spells and skills shouldn't affect him whatsoever. Only Tier 2 Ice-type attacks should harm him. Yet, this measly crystal had nearly turned him into an ice sculpture, devouring 1,000 HP every second. An ordinary player would likely lose over 10,000 HP per second just by touching the crystal. If held for 4 or 5 seconds, even a level 45 MT with 100% of their HP would freeze to death. After Surfong clicked to inspect the crystal's attribute panel, a loading bar appeared, notifying him that he needed to wait for 10 seconds to inspect the crystal. After the loading bar filled, one system notification after another reached his ears before Surfong could even glance at the attribute panel. System announcement. A player has activated the new expansion pack, Ice Crystal Awakening. System announcement. This new expansion pack requires a system upgrade. Please prepare to log out. The estimated duration is 4 hours. System, you have 5 minutes to log out. Please prepare to log out. What is this item? Surfong was stunned. No matter how he looked at it, this new expansion pack had to be related to this strange crystal. There was no way for the system to announce a new expansion pack the moment he tried to inspect it otherwise. Moreover, this expansion pack required an offline update. However, Surfong didn't give the matter too much thought. He then clicked to inspect the item's attributes, hoping to discover what kind of amazing item this crystal was. Chapter 1463, Origin Weapon. Chapter 1463, Origin Weapon. When Surfong tapped on the crystal, a brief introduction opened before him. As he read the text, Surfong was stunned. This is an elemental source? Surfong couldn't believe his eyes. Source of true frost. Contains the purest frost power. Although the introduction was simple, almost everyone had known about elemental sources in the past. Any elemental source was valued more than an epic item. In fact, most people offered 2 epic items for a single crystal. However, players almost never sold them. The elemental mana within elemental sources was even purer than 7 luminaries crystals, and these items had a wide variety of uses. They could be used in forging, alchemy, engineering, magic arrays, and so on. If one used an elemental source while crafting a weapon or equipment, said item would obtain the power within the elemental source. Not only would this strengthen the item's attributes, but it would also carry a powerful original skill. If one could produce an epic weapon or equipment with an origin skill, its value would only be second to fragmented legendary items. Fragmented legendary items were extremely rare in God's domain. Even first-rate guilds were lucky to have a handful, much less second and third-rate guilds. Hence, in the past, epic origin weapons and equipment became some of the best the various large guilds could procure in large quantities. The epic weapon Surfong had used in the past had been refined by a Grandmaster Forger who used an elemental source. To obtain the weapon, he had spent more than half of the wealth he had accumulated throughout playing God's domain. Although hiring a Master Forger would have been cheaper, it was much safer to hire a Grandmaster. He had never expected to get his hands on an elemental source this early. Surfong now understood how he had activated a new expansion pack that would require a 4-hour-long update. When elemental sources had made their appearance in the past, it had started a new era for lifestyle players. That had been due to the various uses for these crystals. Elemental sources could even help lifestyle classes improve their abilities. Hence, a lot of changes had to happen to the game. After the first elemental source had appeared in the game, the crystals became more common. If one were lucky, they could even obtain one from a dark gold treasure chest. No one knows the elemental source's true value yet. I can use this opportunity to send Melancholic Smile to purchase them. Thinking up to this point, Surfong realized that he had to purchase the crystals in bulk. At first, everyone would treat the elemental source as some kind of rare material, selling it for several hundred gold apiece. By the time they realized its true value, they'd regret selling the items. Conversely, many large guilds would make a huge profit from hoarding the elemental sources. Surfong then found a safe location and logged out of the game. The new expansion pack had been too sudden. When Surfong opened his eyes inside the virtual gaming cabin, the sun outside the window was just beginning to set. Before Surfong had the chance to climb out of the gaming cabin, a series of notifications bombarded his senses. They only stopped after the notification sound repeated several dozen times. Taking his time, Surfong left to get something to eat and drink. He only read through the messages after settling down to eat at the table. Contact between the Ice Crystal world and the continent of God's domain was not possible. Hence, he had instructed Melancholic Smile and Gentle Snow to keep him up to date via offline messages. However, to obtain the required elemental ice crystals as quickly as possible, he had remained in the game for 3 days straight. They're finally willing to let go, huh? Surfong smiled as he read a message from Gentle Snow. Recently, nothing major had occurred in God's domain. The most noteworthy development was that Gentle Snow had finally captured Hidden Fog Town. Meanwhile, Zero Wings branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire had recruited 70,000 additional members. The number might not be significant for a first-rate guild, but it was a different story for Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing's recruitment requirements were quite strict. Players capable of passing the entrance test would be elite players in the public's eyes. It was impressive that a branch guild had recruited so many members so quickly. But Surfong wasn't surprised. What made him smile was the news that the companies that had supported Ouroboros had finally agreed to sell the training center to Gentle Snow. She had already begun the price negotiations. Once both sides finished signing the necessary contracts, Ouroboros' training center would become Zero Wing's main headquarters. In the future, Zero Wing could recruit large batches of internal members without worrying about space. As Surfong browsed through the other messages, his virtual gaming cabin's offline communicator rang. The caller ID belonged to Phoenix Rain. Surfong reconnected to the game and entered his offline rest space. After doing so, he accepted the call. Immediately, a virtual screen appeared before him. The screen showcased Phoenix Rain, who currently wore a set of exquisite blue mage robes. She had already reached level 48, and excluding Zero Wings members, she could hold the top position on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list. Phoenix Pavilion Master, to what do I owe the pleasure? Has something urgent happened? Surfong asked curiously. Indeed, something has happened. I've been competing with 9 Dragons Emperor on a quest, but for some reason, something has changed on his side. Not only did he complete the quest before I did, but he's also completed the quest much sooner than expected. Many of the guild elders have begun to side with him. Now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion just so happens to be activating some ancient ruin. I hope that guild leader Black Flame can lend me a few experts on the raid, Phoenix Raid said straightforwardly, not bothering to hide anything from Surfong. As for the remuneration, I'll sell you a high-potential shop in the Apocalypse Empire's capital. What do you say? She had an acute understanding of Zero Wing's experts. This was especially true for Zhao Yueru, who had participated in the Black Dragon Empire's ranking competition. There was also Aqua Rose to consider, who had put on a shocking performance during the siege war in Green Rain Town. If experts like these women joined her team, she'd have a much higher chance of successfully raiding the ancient ruin her guild had found. Surfong was surprised to hear Phoenix Rain's offer. He had never thought that this woman would be generous enough to sell an imperial capital shop for a handful of experts. Such shops were incredibly hard to come by. Many organizations offered 2 or 3 times the market price for them, but only a fool would willingly sell an imperial capital shop so early in the game. Ancient ruins? Can you tell me which ancient ruins you intend to raid? Surfong asked after calming down. We've activated the Apocalypse Empire's Sunset Forest, Phoenix Rain answered, confused as to why he'd ask such a question. I see. Realization immediately dawned on Surfong. After giving the matter some thought, he said, if you wish to borrow some manpower, then you shall have it. However, I have a better proposal. I'll help you clear the ruins. In return, I want 20% of the resources we obtained during the raid. God's domain had countless ancient ruins, many of which stored various items and materials that had been hidden since before the Great Destruction. Normally, these items wouldn't surface on the market. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse Empire's Sunset Forest had been particularly famous in the past due to its ancient origin wood, a top-tier material used in ships' construction. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but frown when she heard Shifeng's counteroffer. Seeing the man's confidence, she had to ask, that's a level 50 to level 60, grade 1 ancient ruin. Are you confident in clearing it? Will you believe me if I say that I'm 60% confident? Surfong understood that she had many questions, but he had no solid explanation. After all, he couldn't possibly tell her that he had learned about the Sunset Forest during his previous life, or that he knew certain tricks to raid the ruin. Chapter 1464, Mutated Magic Array Scroll. Chapter 1464, Mutated Magic Array Scroll. Phoenix Rain hesitated for a moment after hearing Shifeng's answer. 9 Dragons Emperor had activated the quest for the ancient ruin before she could, so he had a considerable advantage in the raid. Hence, she had decided to borrow experts from Surfong. After all, the resources inside the ancient ruin would be of considerable help to the contest on Thunder Island. An ancient ruin was like a land of treasure. It was a type of secret land. By completing special quests, one could obtain a key to open the secret land's gates. Since 9 Dragons Emperor had completed the activation quest, he had obtained the first key. As a grade 1 ancient ruin, the Sunset Forest only allowed each team to enter with 1,000 members. In addition, there was a time and level limit. The ancient ruin hid bountiful treasure, and one could obtain as many items as they wanted within the allotted time. Players raiding the ancient ruin for the first time would gain the most. Only, Shifeng's asking price was a little too high. She had already invested a lot of manpower and resources, yet this man wanted 20% of the harvest. Most importantly, the Sunset Forest was a grade 1 ancient ruin. It would be far more difficult to raid than a 100-man, Hell Mode team dungeon of the same level. She wasn't confident that Zero Wing had the strength to raid the ancient ruin. Take some time to consider the matter. In any case, Sunset Forest will activate on the same day as the contest for Thunder Island, with one in the morning and the other at night. There's still some time, Surfong said. You know the activation time? Phoenix Rain asked, confused. Sunset Forest's activation time was a secret. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only learned about it after obtaining the secret land key. The activation time was also the reason that she was so anxious. If she could claim the ruin's treasures, she could boost her force's combat power, increasing her chances of success on the island. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a rush to gather experts. I've read about it in an ancient tome. The tome also mentions something about the final guardian boss, Surfong said casually. In reality, He had never read about the ancient ruin in any book, but certain ancient tomes did mention various ruins in the game. He had used the lie as a way to convince Phoenix Rain that he had a method to raid the Sunset Forest. An ancient tome? Realization dawned on Phoenix Rain. The Great Pavilion Master had learned about the Sunset Forest from some ancient book as well. Only after his research had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion investigated the ancient ruin and its activation quest. It wasn't unusual to learn that Shifeng had learned about the Sunset Forest in the same way. All right, I agree to your offer. However, the precondition is that you can actually raid the Sunset Forest. That's only natural. Shifeng nodded. All right, we'll meet up tomorrow in Apocalypse City, Phoenix Rain responded before disconnecting the call. Following which, Shifeng started to prepare. First, he sent Melancholic Smile a message, getting her to send some people around the continent to purchase elemental sources, though they couldn't spend more than 300 gold per item. That price was the equivalent of an epic ranked material item. If the price exceeded that amount, others could become suspicious. After taking care of that, Shifeng notified Aqua Rose to lead a team to a neutral map, the Flaming Rain Mountains, to grind for flame potions. The potion was necessary to raid the Sunset Forest. As Shifeng finished delegating and waited patiently for God's Domain's system update to finish, a call came in from Liang Jing. Head Instructor, the White Tiger Dojo has sent someone to see you again. The representative has stated that the White Tiger Dojo has agreed to your conditions and would like to invite you to discuss the details, Liang Jing reported. They've agreed. Shifeng suddenly remembered his conversation with the White Tiger Dojo's Jiang Tianyuan regarding his price for nurturing their experts. He then revealed a smile and said, "Tell the representative that I've doubled my price. They can take it or leave it." Even if the White Tiger Dojo had talented members, training them to take on the Trial Tower's 6th floor wouldn't be a simple task. Nurturing 500 6th floor experts for 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid wasn't a worthwhile trade. Had the White Tiger Dojo agreed to his offer earlier, he would have stayed true to his word. However, times had changed. Understood. Liang Jing nodded. Following which, Liang Jing conveyed Shifeng's decision to Xie Qiwen, who had waited in a reception room. What? Double the price? Xie Qiwen was dumbfounded when he heard the decision. He shouted, "Why doesn't he just rob a bank instead? Does he really doubt that the White Tiger Dojo can train its own experts?" "I apologize, but this is our head instructor's will. I can't do anything about his decisions," Liang Jing said. In reality, she was curious about what business Shifeng had with the White Tiger Dojo to warrant one visit after another from a genius like Xie Qiwen. Good. Just wait. He'll regret this decision. Xie Qiwen then left in a fit of rage. After 4 hours, Shifeng returned to his virtual gaming cabin and logged back into God's Domain. Upon entering God's Domain, Shifeng contacted Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and the others, having them select experts from the adventurer team to form a 100-man team. He then used a return scroll to teleport to Cold Wind City. He had planned to help Lifeless Thorn and the others level up some more before raiding the ancient shrine, opening the teleportation channel. But Phoenix Rain's request had forced him to move his plans up a few days. While he had been out killing the Snow Rifts field bosses, he has sent some people to the library to research the ancient shrine. Because of them, he now had a better understanding of the area. After returning to Cold Wind City, Shifeng returned to the adventurer team's residence and retrieved a large amount of materials. He then began to produce the 9-star Polar Domain Magic Array. He and his team had 0 chance of defeating the Guardian boss in a head-on confrontation. He had planned to use magic arrays to suppress the boss and rely on Zerg tactics to distract it while damaging it with miniature ballistas. However, the situation had changed. He now had the source of true frost, which was also why he had made his promise to Phoenix Rain. Elemental sources contained a purer energy than that in 7 luminaries crystals. Naturally, said energy was useful in many aspects, the most beneficial of which was in forging weapons and equipment. Similarly, elemental sources could be used in crafting magic arrays. A magic array would receive a massive power boost if crafted with an elemental source. Unfortunately, they were one-time use items, and using such a rare material was the epitome of extravagance. But Shifeng couldn't care less. The sooner he opened the teleportation channel, the sooner he could open trade between God's Domain's continent and the Ice Crystal world. Doing so would be far more profitable than Stone Forest Town. In the quiet workshop, Shifeng retrieved one material after another. He then began to produce magic array scrolls. Very quickly, Shifeng had a stack of 9 magic array scrolls. When he reached the final step, adding magic crystals to the scrolls, Shifeng stopped abruptly and took a deep breath. Rather than selecting the magic crystals, he retrieved the source of extreme/true frost from his bag. The moment Shifeng did so, his arm froze solid. He very quickly placed the elemental source in the center of the scrolls. The source of extreme/true frost gasified rapidly. Streams of cold mist flowed into the stack of magic array scrolls, following which the scroll's power began to increase. By the time the magic array scrolls absorbed every drop of power from the elemental source, the workshop's temperature had dropped drastically. Even with his high ice resistance, Shifeng couldn't help but shiver. The originally dark purple magic array scrolls lightened to an icy blue. Had Shifeng not been prepared, using Earth Dragon skin as the scroll's base material, the magic array scrolls would have exploded from so much energy. Shifeng waited until the turbulent power within the magic array scrolls calmed before storing them. Magic array scrolls produced with elemental sources are pretty impressive. I wonder how the effects have changed. Shifeng clicked to inspect the new 9-star polar domain magic array scrolls. Chapter 1465, Top Tier, 8-piece set. Chapter 1465, Top Tier, 8-piece set. So this is the power of an elemental source. Shifeng stared at the icy blue scroll's attribute panel in shock. The 9-star polar domain was an intermediate magic array. Normally, it had no problems containing and suppressing Great Lord-ranked monsters. It was even somewhat effective against Grand Lords. Of course, mythic monsters could easily break free with a few attacks. However, after improving the 9-star polar domain with the source of extreme/true frost, the magic array had undergone a heaven-defying change, although it still required 9 players to activate and maintain it. Now, it could suppress trapped enemies' attributes by 70%. It could even weaken a mythic monster by as much as 50%. Most advanced magic arrays could barely suppress a mythic monster's attributes by 30%. Now, the mutated 9-star polar domain magic array could rival a master magic array. It's a pity that it's only a one-time use item. It would be great if I could use it a few more times. Shifeng was slightly disappointed. With such a powerful magic array, he could lead Zero Wing's main force to a neutral map, hunting its various mythic-ranked field bosses. The harvest they could gain from securing the first kills would be beyond imagination. However, Shifeng only played with the idea. He knew full well that the main god system would not permit such a thing. After he finished the scrolls, Shifeng hurried to Cold Wind City's Forging Association, intending to upgrade his team's equipment. The Forging Association in Cold Wind City was different from those on God's Domain's continent. Similar to Cold Wind City's library, the Forging Association was ancient. It was likely older than Starmoon Kingdom itself. However, it was due to this Forging Association that the Ice Crystal world's crafting standards were significantly higher than in his home world. At first, Shifeng had assumed it was due to the abundance of rare materials in the Ice Crystal world, but in truth, that was only part of the reason. The real reason for these players' success was the Forging Association. The Forging Association here could rival Titan City's Lifestyle Association. Only it lacked the massive databank and high mana density. In addition, the Forging Association in Cold Wind City had the Forging Guidance System, which allowed players to purchase one-time use forging designs with magic crystals. For level 45 fine gold forging designs, the prices ranged between 10 and 50 magic crystals. For level 45 dark gold forging designs, the prices ranged between 100 to 150 magic crystals. Although these one-time use designs were expensive, they gave players an advantage that wasn't available to those who learned from the real forging designs. These players could increase their success rates with magic crystals. For fine gold weapons and equipment, players could increase their success rate to a maximum of 25%. As for dark gold weapons and equipment, players could increase it to 15%. This was a considerable boon to advanced forgers. With the 15% bonus on top of their original success rate, an advanced forger could easily achieve an overall success rate of 30% or above when forging a dark gold item. If one avoided mistakes during the forging process, they could craft one dark gold weapon or piece of equipment for every 3 tries. However, while mass-producing fine gold items was easy, the same couldn't be said for dark gold items. It was far more difficult to obtain the necessary materials, which generally dropped from high-level Great Lords and Grand Lords. Not every team could kill monsters of such caliber. It was also more difficult due to the required amount of magic crystals. To increase one's forging success rate with dark gold weapons or equipment by 15%, they'd have to pay an additional 100 magic crystals. Including the cost of the forging design, each attempt could easily cost anywhere from 200 to 250 magic crystals, and that was excluding any magic crystals required to produce the item itself. While coins were easy to earn at this stage of the game, magic crystals were not. Although Cold Wind City's players had an abundance of fine gold weapons and equipment, they lacked dark gold ranked items. Only the city's 2 large guilds had a substantial stock. Fortunately, Surfong wasn't concerned about either issue. During the last 3 days, he had spent his time killing level 50+ Great Lords and Grand Lords, obtaining a large stock of materials. As for magic crystals, he still had over 30,000 on him. That was more than enough to produce weapons and equipment. "Hello, sir. How may I be of service?" An NPC receptionist greeted Surfong sweetly. "I wish to rent a special mana forging room for 2 hours," Surfong stated. The mana forging rooms had greater mana density than the average forging room. Though they weren't on the level of a meditation room of the same rank, they could improve a player's concentration. "Understood, sir. That will be 50 silver, the NPC receptionist said as she offered Surfong a key. Handing over the 50 silver coins, Surfong grabbed the key and went to the Forging Association's top floor. The Ice Crystal World's forging guidance system is amazing, Surfong thought as he opened the forging guidance system for the special mana forging room. Previously, he had thought that the forging guidance system only offered fine gold and dark gold weapon and equipment designs. Now he discovered that it also sold set equipment designs. As Surfong wondered why he hadn't seen anyone in Cold Wind City wearing fine gold or dark gold set equipment, his eyes fell on the design's price tags. The designs for level 45 dark gold equipment only cost 100 magic crystals. To purchase the designs for 6 pieces, one would have to spend 600 crystals. However, the design for a 6-piece, level 45 dark gold set equipment cost 1,800 crystals, 2,500 crystals for an 8-piece version. Moreover, the design was a one-time use item. It would disappear regardless of the player's success. Not even a first-rate guild's leader would mess around with so many magic crystals, much less guilds like Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family. Based on magic crystals' market price, each attempt to forge an 8-piece, dark gold set equipment would cost over 700 gold. Moreover, the forging success rate for set equipment was much lower than that of individual items of the same level and rank. Even the forging guidance system only allowed players to temporarily increase their forging success rate by 7% for a price. An advanced forger would be lucky if their base success rate reached 8% with level 45 dark gold set equipment. Most would have a total success rate of only 15%. With such a low chance, it'd be a miracle if a forger succeeded once with every 10 tries. Even wealthy guilds and players wouldn't dare waste their money so extravagantly. With this, my trip has definitely been worth the trouble. Surfeng's eyes glittered as he gazed at the various dark gold set equipment designs the forging guidance system displayed. It would be very difficult for an advanced forger to produce a dark gold set equipment, but to a master forger such as Surfeng, it'd be easy. His base success rate had already reached 20%. Including the Book of Forging, the Mysterious Flame, the Master Forger's Insignia, and the Black Steel Insignia, he could easily achieve a success rate of more than 35%. With the forging guidance system, that would put his forging success rate at over 42%. Following which, Surfeng bought the design for an 8-piece, level 45 dark gold set equipment for shield warriors and began to craft. Surfeng started to refine and shape one material after another. Due to the Abyssal blade, the density of the ambient mana rose even higher, increasing his concentration. Before Surfeng knew it, he had produced the Protector set. This set's attributes are really powerful. No wonder it costs 2,500 magic crystals per attempt. Shifeng was astonished as he inspected the Protector set's attributes. The set's basic attributes could already rival that of individual level 50 dark gold equipment. The set effects would greatly enhance a shield warrior's skills as well. Following which, Shifeng forged one of each of the following sets: Burning Fire set, Courage set, and Icicle set. All three were 8-piece, level 45, dark gold set equipment and were meant for the Berserker, Guardian Knight, and Swordsman classes, respectively. After producing the 4 sets, Shifeng couldn't bear to push his luck. Producing the 4 sets had already cost him over 15,000 magic crystals. If he tried to forge more, he'd run out of magic crystals. He could only select a few level 45 dark gold weapons and equipment to craft at this point. After forging over 40 items, Shifeng noticed that his 2-hour session was almost over. He packed up and hurried to the Snow Rift to meet up with Lifeless Thorn and the others. The Snow Rift's core was in the middle of a mountainous region. Solitary 9, Lifeless Thorn, and the other team members had gathered there. "Commander, I've selected the required members. We are ready to move out on your command," Solitary 9 reported upon seeing Shifeng approach. "We have also investigated the cave entrance's guardian boss. It is a level 67 Grand Lord. Its speed, attack power, and perception are extraordinary. We sent one of our scouts ahead, and the boss discovered him before he was within 150 yards of the monster. He died instantly. Even though our MTs tried to tank it, we only lasted 2 hits. With our team's current strength, I'm afraid." Fear filled everyone's hearts. The strongest boss they had ever fought was only a level 60 Grand Lord, and they had already witnessed this level 67 boss's power. To put it simply, its destructive power was terrifying. "I understand," Shifeng said after watching the battle video Solitary 9 had sent him. He then took the weapons and equipment he had forged from his bag and said, "For now, put these on. We'll raid the boss once you've gotten used to them." "We're replacing our equipment." Every member of the team stared at Shifeng in confusion. They didn't understand why he wanted them to replace their equipment. They already wore the best in Cold Wind City, and they were used to their old weapons and equipment. "These are. Commander, how did you get these?" However, when these players saw the items Shifeng had given them, their eyes widened in shock. Chapter 1466, First Kill Jackpot. Chapter 1466, First Kill Jackpot. How is this possible? Both Lifeless Thorn and Solitary 9 were stupefied by the items Shifeng had brought them. If Shifeng had revealed a bunch of level 45 dark gold weapons and equipment, they would have only been surprised at how many dark gold items he had obtained. But when they saw the 4 dark gold sets, as far as they knew, Cold Wind City didn't have a single available dark gold set, not to mention level 45 dark gold set equipment. Not even Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family had succeeded to forge a full set, yet Shifeng had brought 4. Moreover, they were all 8-piece sets. 9, Lifeless, Whistle, and Madness. You 4 will be the team's main force, so put these sets on, Shifeng instructed his players after glancing over the team. After the Azura Adventurer team had developed for some time, Lifeless Thorn had finally persuaded Dark Madness, Wave Heart's commander, to join. As a result, the rest of the Wave Heart Adventurer team had followed his lead, helping Azura become Cold Wind City's bona fide #1 adventure team. At this point, Azura had over 2,000 official members with over 10,000 reserve members. Not even Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family had so many experts. Moreover, due to Dark Madness becoming a member, they had solved the problem of Azura's main force lacking MTs. Dark Madness, the city's #1 Guardian Knight, was the reason Wave Heart had become Cold Wind City's #1 adventurer team. Due to his presence, Wave Heart had easily raided one powerful dungeon and field boss after another. Hearing Shifeng's orders, the 4 nodded enthusiastically before joyfully replacing their old equipment with the 8-piece sets. No one on the team complained. After all, these 4 players' strength was irrefutable. If their team wanted to get the most out of the dark gold ranked sets, the best players among them should use the items. Don't be jealous. I will reward whoever reaches the refinement realm with even better dark gold set equipment, Shifeng said, smiling when he saw the other team members' envious expressions. "Commander, are you serious?" Everyone breathlessly turned to Surfong. These 8-piece dark gold sets were the best available in Cold Wind City. They dreamed of obtaining such a set, not to mention even better equipment. "Of course. I always keep my word. As long as you reach the refinement realm, you can come to me directly," Surfong said, nodding. He wasn't lying. The sets he had given to Lifeless Thorn and the others were merely level 45, dark gold set equipment. Meanwhile, he could head to Titan City and purchase the level 50, dark gold ranked magic light set equipment design. In the past, he had only been an advanced forger, so it would have been very difficult to forge the set, but no, he was a master forger. It'd be easy as long as he had enough materials. When the team members heard Shifeng's confirmation, an intense fighting spirit burned in their eyes. They were even more inspired to reach the refinement realm. After a quick break to switch out the old equipment with the new, Shifeng prepared his team to raid the three-headed Frostwolf, the cave entrance's guardian boss. Three-headed Frostwolf, elemental creature, Grand Lord. Level 67. HP 130,000/130,000,000. Despite the upgrade to better weapons and equipment, these players stared anxiously at the three-headed Frostwolf, standing over 20 meters tall, as their hearts began to pound. Although their basic attributes had increased, defeating a Grand Lord that was over 20 levels higher than they were was unrealistic. 9 Dark, you'll be on support. Everyone else, spread out alongside the boss, Shifeng commanded the team as he watched the sleeping Frostwolf. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and activated Demon Summoning. With the team's current strength, it was impossible to raid the ancient shrine. However, he had the Bible of Darkness, so he could more or less make up for the lack. Following which, a massive demon gate appeared before Shifeng. A Tier 3 demon wielding a dark blue greatsword then emerged. Fear Demon, Dark Creature Demon. Level 73. HP 23,500,000/23,500,000. When the Fear Demon arrived, Lifeless Thorn and his companions gasped, wary of the human-like creature. Although the Fear Demon wasn't as powerful as the three-headed Frostwolf in terms of attributes, its intellect was much higher. To players, a high-intellect monster with low attributes was far more frightening than a dumb monster with high attributes. "Don't be afraid. This demon is under my control," Shifeng hurriedly explained. "The Fear Demon will tank the Frostwolf. You just need to deal as much damage as possible." "Commander, this is your summoned creature?" Solitary 9 and the others were astonished. Shifeng had already impressed them when he had defeated Matchless Family's 10,000-man army by himself, and now they found out that he could summon such a powerful demon. These players only recovered their wits after some time. They then moved into position. Once everyone was where they needed to be, Shifeng commanded, "Charge." Suddenly, the Fear Demon's wings shuddered. It moved within the three-headed Frostwolf's perception range in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the opportunity while the Frostwolf woke, Shifeng directed the Fear Demon to use the Tier 3 skill, Darkness Blade. 3 massive blades of shadow appeared above the Guardian boss, smashing into the drowsy Grand Lord's heads a moment after. -1,576,487. -1,754,374. -1,945,344. Each subsequent blade dealt more damage than the previous, slamming the boss, who had just stood up, back to the ground. "So powerful. Why does it seem like the commander doesn't need us to deal with this three-headed Frostwolf?" The team members gasped when they saw the damages above the Frostwolf's heads. In a single attack, the boss had lost nearly 5% of its HP. "Awah!" The three-headed Frostwolf opened its eyes after it hit the ground, revealing 3 pairs of menacing crimson eyes. Glaring at the Fear Demon, the Guardian boss spread its jaws. Each of the three-headed Frostwolf's mouths fired a beam of frost simultaneously, freezing everything before the Grand Lord. The Fear Demon froze instantly, losing over 2 million HP. To demons, who possessed very high magic resistance, the damage was horrific. The three-headed Frostwolf then advanced, quickly reaching the demon and swiping its claws. Boom! As the dust cleared from the explosion, it revealed a massive crater where the Fear Demon had stood. The Frostwolf's attack had shaken the Azura members' willpower. Fortunately, the Fear Demon had broken free from the ice and used its greatsword to defend itself in time, only receiving several tens of thousands of damage. Seeing this, Azura's members grew nervous. Compared to the battle before them, their previous fights had been child's play. Only a few players on the team had remained calm. Lifeless Thorn had even made his way to the three-headed Frostwolf's rear, using Chop with his Thunder Spear. As Lifeless Thorn attacked, one instance of over minus 10,000 damage appeared above the Grand Lord's head after another. Meanwhile, Solitary 9, Dark Madness, and Cleansing Whistle dealt around minus 8,000 damage with their attacks. Although they couldn't compare to the Fear Demon's damage, theirs was better than their companions, who only dealt around minus 4,000 damage. Meanwhile, Surfong arrived by the three-headed Frostwolf's side. Thundering Flash, Thunder Flame Explosion, Shadow Blade, Flame Burst. Surfong landed a series of skills, each of his attacks dealing over minus 100,000 damage. His damage was only second to the Fear Demon's. For a time, the three-headed Frostwolf and Fear Demon fought fiercely. Although the Fear Demon was no match for the Grand Lord, it received constant healing from the healers at the rear and could continue to tank the Guardian boss, allowing everyone else to chip away at the Grand Lord's HP. 70%, 50%, 30%. Time passed quickly. From the beginning of the battle to its end, the Fear Demon kept the three-headed Frostwolf occupied, preventing the Grand Lord from dealing any significant damage to the rest of the team. Even when the boss entered its berserk state, the team easily coped, with the Guardian Knights casting Protection Blessing on the Fear Demon. When the three-headed Frostwolf had less than 1% HP remaining, Surfong activated Divine Providence and ended its life with Flame Burst. When the three-headed Frostwolf's HP reached 0, its three heads released agonizing wails that echoed throughout the canyon. The boss then disintegrated into countless particles of light, leaving behind over 100 items in its place. The Grand Lord's death also granted more EXP than Surfong had expected, and several team members leveled up on the spot. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first kill of the three-headed Frostwolf, the king of the ice fields. Rewards doubled. Chapter 1467. Skill that overcomes tears. Chapter 1467. Skill that overcomes tears. The boss dropped so many items. We hit a jackpot. Is this for real? This is the first time I've seen a jackpot. Look, there are weapons and equipment among the loot. Centurion Dynasty and Matchless Family will die from envy when they hear about this. Everyone gaped at the miniature mountain of items. Although they were shocked that they had actually killed the three-headed Frostwolf, its loot was even more astounding. In God's domain, monsters at level 50 and above would have drastically reduced drop rates. Even the monsters in forbidden lands like the Snow Rift usually dropped 4 or 5 items. Moreover, the majority of those items were materials. When they had farmed level 60 Grand Lords, they had only obtained 10 or so items from each boss. Yet, this Grand Lord ranked three-headed Frostwolf had dropped over 100 items. Why wouldn't they be surprised? Everyone rest up. We'll enter the cave soon, Surfong said. He could not help but shake his head and chuckle when he saw his team members' excited expressions. The weapons and equipment a level 67 Grand Lord were about as tempting as a level 45 Dark Gold set equipment. It was common knowledge that monsters beyond level 50 rarely dropped good weapons or equipment. This was particularly true for the Ice Crystal world. Although the Forging Guidance System offered forging designs for level 50-plus items, they were far more expensive than the level 45 variants. Most importantly, one's forging success rate would drastically decrease when attempting to craft such high-level items. It was already far more difficult to forge level 50 fine gold equipment than it was to forge the level 45 version, much less level 50-plus dark gold equipment. Among the 100-plus items, over 60% consisted of materials for forging level 50-plus weapons and equipment. There were also over a dozen Master Mana Recovery Potions, Master Recovery Potions, and Attribute Gemstones of various kinds, 5 Tier 2 Magic Scrolls, and 2 Tier 3 Magic Scrolls. One of the Tier 3 Magic Scrolls was a group instantaneous teleportation scroll, and the other was a defensive magic scroll. 5 pieces of level 60, fine gold equipment, and 2 pieces of level 60, dark gold equipment had also dropped. However, among these dropped items, one caught Shifeng's eye, a thick golden book. The book's cover didn't offer any clues about its contents. However, when Shifeng examined the book, he was ecstatic. What a surprise! I never thought that a mere gatekeeper would drop this thing. My trip to the ice crystal world has been pretty profitable. Shifeng's eyes shone as he gazed at the golden book. The book was neither a design nor a recipe. It wasn't some sort of treasure map or special item, either. It was only a skill book. However, despite being only a skill book, it was even more valuable than the super rare Berserk skill books. Players had collectively referred to this kind of book as a combination skill book in the past. Combination skill books had been as valuable as epic items. Shifeng had tried to bid for a combination skill book in the past, but in the end, a first-rate guild had won the book for 50,000 magic crystals. Shadow had only saved 30,000 magic crystals. Shifeng had never expected to obtain a combination skill book from killing the 3-headed frost wolf. Multiple players could learn from a single combination skill book. Some only allowed 2 players to learn the skill, while 3 to 5 players could learn from others. If players activated a combination skill with a specified number of players, they could exert frighteningly destructive power with the skill. In the past, this had been the various large guilds' main method of dealing with powerful bosses. After all, God's domain had many incredibly powerful monsters. Even with the aid of magic arrays, players were no match for these bosses. During these situations, combination skills worked wonders. However, combination skills' strength and effects varied. For example, combination skill books that could sell for tens of thousands of magic crystals generally contained skills that required 4 or 5 players to activate. With such combination skills, even Tier 1 players could severely injure mythic monsters, becoming far more powerful than Tier 3 magic scrolls. Generally, one could only obtain combination skill books from mythic monsters or dark gold treasures found in level 60 maps and above. He never thought that he would actually get one from a Grand Lord. Following which, Shifeng inspected the skill book. Triple Frost Moon combination skill. Requires 3 melee classes to activate. A single target, attack skill that requires 3 players? Shifeng's excitement grew after reading the introduction. Normally, 2-man combination skills only allowed players the power to overcome a single tier. Meanwhile, Tier 1 players could even injure Grand Lords with a 3-man combination skill. Based on the market prices in Shifeng's previous life, the Triple Frost Moon skill book could easily sell for over 20,000 magic crystals. Combination skills were different from magic scrolls in that they were not one-time use items. They could be used indefinitely, although they did have a cooldown. 3 Tier 1 players using a combination skill were as powerful as a Tier 3 spell. The skill could even be used multiple times during a boss battle. A skill like this could significantly increase a team's overall combat power. However, Shifeng had no intention of learning this combination skill himself. Instead, he gave it to Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness. Commander, if we learn this skill, what about you? After Solitary 9 read the Triple Frostmoon's introduction, he realized how powerful the skill was. It was the equivalent of Tier 1 players being able to use Tier 3 skills limitlessly. If Shifeng took the lead during the activation process, he could exert even more power with the skill. I have a Tier 3 demon. Moreover, I can't always accompany you in dungeon and boss raids. If you 3 learn the skill, the team will be even stronger. So it's better if you learn it, Shifeng explained. The Triple Frost Moon needed 3 people to activate. It wouldn't work if one of the players were missing. Meanwhile, he frequently operated solo, which made it impossible for him to exhibit the combination skill's true potential. He had no choice but to pass the skill up. Lifeless Thorn and the others were already considerably strong. Their lack of suitable weapons, equipment, and combat experience were the only things holding them back. However, after spending time under his guidance and watching his demonstrations over the past few days, Lifeless Thorn and the others had significantly improved their monotonous attack methods, raising their combat standards by leaps and bounds. Right now, Lifeless Thorn's combat standards were nearly on par with Aqua Rose and Gentle Snows. With a combination skill, his ability in dungeon raids might surpass the 2 women's. Hearing Shifeng's explanation, Solitary 9 and the others finally agreed. To someone who could summon a Tier 3 demon, a 3-man combination skill was superfluous. After everyone in the team had rested, Shifeng led them into the cave and followed the map towards the ancient shrine. The shrine's exact location was hidden. Although the map indicated that it was within the cave's interior was complex. The cave system was like a natural maze. If not for the map, Shifeng might not have found the ancient shrine's cave in the first place, much less locating the shrine itself. The team frequently ran into frenzied monsters that attacked without hesitation after they entered the cave. They even ran into the occasional Grand Lord. Although these Grand Lords weren't as strong as the 3-headed Frost Wolf, they weren't easy to deal with. The team had to bide their time as they slowly whittled down the boss's HPs. After 10 hours of exploring the cave system, Shifeng and the others finally reached a dark cavern. During their journey, they had killed 8 level 65 Grand Lords and countless chieftains and lords. These monsters had done nothing but provide an abundance of EXP. At this point, Lifeless Thorn and a few others were level 50, and Shifeng was only a step away from reaching level 59. However, this was all due to the team securing these monsters' first kill. Disappointingly, these monsters hadn't dropped as much loot as the 3-headed Frost Wolf. They had only dropped level 60, secret silver, and fine gold weapons and equipment. Combined, these items' total value was nothing compared to the Guardian boss's loot. A towering, purple gold shrine sat in the center of the dark cavern. It radiated a sacred aura, and as players gazed up at the shrine, they shuddered. When Shifeng and his companions moved within 500 yards of the shrine, they heard the sound of a system notification. System, you have discovered an ancient shrine. As they were alerted of the system notification, a magic array appeared on the ground in front of the shrine, illuminating the cavern. Following which, a 10-meter-tall, humanoid robot emerged. The instant this humanoid robot appeared, everyone, including Shifeng, felt a stifling pressure weigh them down. Even an expert like Lifeless Thorn paled under this pressure. The weaker team members nearly lost their footing. Chapter 1468, Rating a Mythic. Chaptering 1468, Rating a Mythic. Mythic. Before they even checked the Titan Warrior's statistics, the pressure it radiated overwhelmed the team. Now that they had seen its information, they were shocked. No one throughout Cold Wind City, not even an expert like Lifeless Thorn, had ever seen a mythic monster. Now that they stood before one, they were terrified to stand within 500 yards of the Titan Warrior, not to mention attempt to fight the thing. This was the first time they had felt anything like this since they joined God's domain. Their minds screamed at them, warning that if they proceeded, they would dance with death. Commander, this monster is too powerful. We can't afford to provoke a monster like this yet. Do we have to fight it? Solitary 9 asked, his complexion ashen. Before he had encountered the Titan Warrior, he had thought that it might be possible for their team to defeat a mythic monster. However, after experiencing the Titan Warrior's near-tangible killing intent and absolute power, he knew that Tier 1 players had no hope against it. The Titan Warrior's battle recovery alone would regenerate 3,600,000 HP every 5 seconds. If their team couldn't deal over 720,000 damage each second, their team would never kill it, even if the Titan Warrior stood there and watched them try. This wasn't a battle. This was a suicide mission. A mechanical life form? Shifeng fell into deep thought as he watched the Titan Warrior. Although he had known that the final Guardian boss would be a mythic monster, he hadn't expected it to be a mechanical life form. Mechanical life forms were famed for their high defense, strength, and magic resistance. Because of these stats, they were known to be the best guard monsters available. Even super guilds struggled against mechanical lifeform bosses, since they couldn't take advantage of their collection of high-tiered magic scrolls and mana pulse cannons. Even magic arrays had little effect against these creatures. Players could only defeat a mechanical lifeform with brute strength. There simply weren't any loopholes. Commander, are we still going to fight that thing? Lifeless Thorn asked hesitantly. Before they had come here, Shifeng had told Azura's upper echelons that they could travel to another world if they finished this quest. They wouldn't have to stay cooped up in Cold Wind City, but as they faced an insurmountable mythic monster, Even lifeless Thorn felt helpless. This wasn't some random dungeon. If they died in this cave, they would lose an entire level. At their level, recovering the lost EXP would take a lot of time. "Let's make an attempt," Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. The attempt. Lifeless Thorn and the others were slightly confused. Shifeng took a Tier 2 summoning scroll from his bag and summoned a Tier 2 Gale Cheetah. He then used Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger forward while he directed the Gale Cheetah to circle the boss. He wanted to test the Titan Warrior's reaction and turning speed. Although mechanical lifeforms had high defense and strength, they also had a glaring weakness: slow reaction and turning speed. Of course, this was only compared to monsters of the same rank. A Mythic-ranked mechanical lifeform's reaction and turning speed should be higher than a Grand Lord's of the same level. As his doppelganger approached the Titan Warrior, Shifeng sat down and focused on controlling his summoned twin. 400 yards. 300 yards. When the doppelganger moved within 200 yards of the Guardian boss, the previously immobile mythic monster abruptly opened its eyes, revealing two dazzling, crimson orbs. It advanced on the doppelganger so quickly that by the time the watching crowd reacted, the boss had crossed 40 yards. When the boss had moved, it had created a massive crater where it had originally stood. It looked like a cannon had bombarded the area. So fast! Upon seeing the Titan Warrior approach, Shifeng immediately had his doppelganger activate Defensive Blade. In the blink of an eye, the boss reached the doppelganger, swinging its colossal greatsword down at the invader. The moment the greatsword began to descend, the doppelganger jumped out from the weapon's path. However, the Titan Warrior nimbly adjusted its attack trajectory halfway through the swing, slicing at the doppelganger, who had yet to land. Boom! Immediately, a deep gash over 30 yards long tore through the ground. Although Shifeng's doppelganger had nullified the attack with Defensive Blade, the boss's strength was overwhelming. The impact threw the doppelganger over 20 yards away. Azura's members gasped. Even lifeless Thorn wore a grim expression. It was just too fast. His eyes couldn't keep up with the Titan Warrior's speed. Even against the three-headed Frost Wolf, lifeless Thorn had been able to keep up with the Grand Lord's attacks, but he couldn't even see the Titan Warrior's afterimages. He had no doubt that he wasn't capable of dodging an attack if he were on the receiving end of that mythic monster's greatsword. Its reaction speed is quite impressive. At the very least, our reaction speed will have to be on par with a Grand Lord to block and dodge its attacks. The outcome hadn't particularly surprised Shifeng, and he continued to analyze the Titan Warrior. After he tested the boss's reaction speed, he controlled the Gale Cheetah to attack the mythic monster from behind with the Tier 2 skill, Gale Blade. Numerous blades of wind assaulted the Titan Warrior's backside, each dealing over -10,000 damage. The Guardian boss instantly shifted its attention to the Gale Cheetah. The Titan Warrior spun around in less than half a second. It raised its weapon, cleaving down at the summoned creature. Although Shifeng had tried to direct the Gale Cheetah to circle the Titan Warrior as soon as it finished its attack, he was too late. He couldn't even control the feline to defend itself in time. In the next moment, a streak of white light struck the Gale Cheetah, throwing it and devouring several millions of HP. Shifeng's doppelganger then appeared behind the Titan Warrior, activating Shadow Blade. After landing a barrage of attacks, the doppelganger reclaimed the boss's aggro. After a split second, the boss tossed the doppelganger again. After repeating this process several times, the Titan Warrior killed both the doppelganger and the summoned creature. After killing the trespassers, the Titan Warrior calmed and returned to its original position. Everyone was stunned speechless. The Titan Warrior was too fast and too powerful. Even with their life-saving skills active, this Guardian boss would likely kill Solitary 9 and Dark Madness instantly. We'll need to be roughly as fast as a Grand Lord to avoid its counterattacks? After watching the monster for some time, Shifeng had analyzed all of the Titan Warrior's aspects. He then turned to his team. Although raiding this Titan Warrior will be dangerous, our chances of defeating it aren't non-existent. He then pulled 10 miniature ballistas from his bag. Unfortunately, since the war weapons were precious to his guilds, he hadn't brought too many with him. War weapons. The Azura team members were dumbfounded to see the miniature ballistas. Guilds generally reserved these weapons for guild wars, yet Shifeng intended to use them to kill a monster. He had even brought 10 of these war weapons with him. Let my demon tank the Titan warrior. The rest of you will attack from 500 yards away. Try to move around and attack from behind it as much as possible, Shifeng said. He then pointed to a group of magical class players and instructed, "You 9, come to me. Each of you will take one of these scrolls and stand in these locations. When the fight begins, move within 100 yards of the boss and activate the magic array." Following which, each player began to prepare for the battle. As for Shifeng, he used the Bible of Darkness to summon a second demon. The mutated 9-star polar domain magic array should significantly lower the Titan warrior's attributes. With 2 tier 3 demons keeping it busy, they might just be able to kill the mythic monster. Of course, it was only a theory. Whether or not they actually succeeded would depend on the magic array's effect. If the Titan warrior were still too powerful, he'd have no choice but to give up and wait until his team members completed their tier 2 promotions. A moment later, everyone moved into position. Taking a deep breath, Shifeng controlled the 2 tier 3 demons to charge at the Titan warrior from different directions. In response, the Titan warrior charged towards the first demon that entered its perception range as quickly as a violent gale. "Move out," Shifeng commanded. Following his commands, the 9 magical class players closed in on the Titan warrior. Chapter 1469, Godly Control. Chapter 1469, Godly Control. As soon as the summoned Tomahawk demon moved within the Titan warrior's perception range, the mythic monster rushed up to meet the demon, its greatsword rapidly descending. Even though Shifeng saw the weapon through the Tomahawk demon's vision, it was too fast to evade. He could only direct the demon to lift its battle axe to block the greatsword. Pung! The impact instantly threw the Tomahawk demon over 30 yards away, and although it had blocked the attack, it still lost tens of thousands of HP. Before the demon could land, the Titan warrior had appeared behind it, swinging its greatsword once again. Although Shifeng had tried to maneuver the demon to defend itself, it suffered a brief numbness from the first impact. As a result, its reaction speed had fallen considerably, and it couldn't keep up with the Titan warrior. As the greatsword descended, the weapon tore through space itself. Tier 4 skill, Spatial Rend. This time, the Titan warrior's attack struck the Tomahawk demon squarely. In a single attack, the Tomahawk demon, which had over 25 million HP, lost nearly 1/5 of that total. The watching players were stupefied to see such destructive power. Even a tier 3 demon was powerless against the Titan warrior. If they fought the mythic monster, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only Shifeng remained unfazed. A battle between monsters wasn't like one between monsters and players. When monsters fought players, their attacks would deal less damage to make up for the difference in HP. However, there was no such dampening effect during a battle between monsters. Naturally, the Titan warrior dealt horrific damage to the summoned demon. It was a system mechanic that prevented players from using summoned creatures or NPC guards to toy with powerful bosses. Moreover, the Tomahawk demon was only tier 3, whereas the Titan warrior was a tier 4 mythic. Due to the tier suppression, the Titan warrior's attacks were enhanced to a certain degree. There was also the fact that demons generally had much lower HP than monsters of the same rank. So, he really wasn't surprised to see a tier 4 skill destroy 1/5 of the Tomahawk demon's HP. Following which, the Titan warrior dealt one blow after another. Despite the Tomahawk demon's attempts to defend itself, its HP fell rapidly. In seconds, the demon had less than 50% of its HP remaining. Fortunately, the 9 magical class players had surrounded the Titan warrior. "Begin," Shifeng shouted. With Shifeng's command, the 9 players unfurled the magic array scrolls and began to chant the required incantations. Suddenly, an icy blue magic array appeared above all, enveloping the Titan warrior inside it completely. The cavern's mana rampaged as it surged towards the array's core. Following which, a blue magic barrier manifested, enclosing the Titan warrior within. Boom! The instant the barrier took shape, a layer of mist wrapped around the guardian boss's body. Its joints began to freeze, and its basic attributes rapidly decreased. 90%, 80%, 70%. So, this is the power of an origin magic array? Shifeng could not help his surprise at seeing how much the barrier weakened the mythic monster. In the blink of an eye, the Titan Warrior's basic attributes had fallen to 60%. Although it wasn't as high as the stated 50%, it was impressive. After all, mechanical lifeforms had very high magic resistance. In fact, Shifeng hadn't expected to reduce the Titan Warrior's attributes by as much as 40%. Even better, the magic array's freezing effect had slowed the boss's movements. Unfortunately, despite the suppression, the Titan Warrior still overwhelmed the Tomahawk Demon. Only its HP didn't fall as fast. That didn't even do much? Lifeless Thorn and the others stared at the boss, dumbfounded. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Tomahawk Demon died. As expected of a mythic monster. Even with the suppression, a Tier 3 demon still can't put up much of a fight. Shifeng smiled bitterly. However, this wasn't unexpected. Following which, he took out the Ring of Gospel and fed it 5,000 magic crystals to activate world projection. The Ring of Gospel's skills were not considered magic arrays and could stack with the 9-star polar domain. The Titan Warrior's attributes fell further. However, the decrease wasn't as significant as the first. In the end, the Titan Warrior still had 50% of its original attributes. Titan Warrior, Ancient Shrine Protector. Mechanical Lifeform Mythic. Level 70. HP 180,000/180,000,000. Continuing its assault, the Titan Warrior brandished its greatsword, sending several sword lights at the Tomahawk Demon. Suddenly, the Fear Demon flew into the fray, meeting the Titan Warrior's greatsword with its own. Dang! 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 A series of clangs shook the cavern. Although both the Tomahawk Demon and the Fear Demon were forced to retreat over a dozen yards, they had blocked the boss's attacks. The two demons had only lost a few tens of thousands of HP, which wasn't considerable when their maximum was over 20 million. They blocked every attack? Shocked gripped Solitary 9 as he watched the battle between the demons and the mechanical lifeform. Logically, the two Tier 3 demons shouldn't be able to keep up with the mythic monster, even if the Titan Warrior's attributes had been suppressed by 50%, yet they had blocked every one of its attacks. The commander is awesome. Lifeless Thorn glanced at Shifeng in shock, watching him control the two demons from afar. The other team members might not have realized what had just happened, but he had caught a glimpse. Although the Tier 3 demons weren't a match for the Titan Warrior, and even began to show signs of momentary paralysis after blocking the attacks, Shifeng had controlled them to alternate. Doing so had allowed the paralyzed demon a split second to recover. Although the technique sounded simple, without a precise grasp of the Titan Warrior's timing and perfect control of the two demons, it was impossible to perform. Shifeng's control was godly. Lifeless Thorn had neither seen nor heard of such a combat technique. After training under Shifeng and improving drastically, he had thought he was close to reaching the swordsman's standards. But seeing the man in this fight, he realized that the gap between them was much larger than he had expected. What he didn't know was that blocking the Titan Warrior's attacks was impossible for the demons if they simply alternated. Their performance had only been possible due to world projection weakening the mythic monster's physique, slowing its reaction speed. If not for world projection, the demons would have been defeated despite working together. Once the demons secured the Titan Warrior's aggro, Shifeng commanded, "Everyone attack." Immediately, Lifeless Thorn and the others, who operated the miniature ballistas, fired one exploding arrow after another at the Guardian boss. Show! 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 The arrows crossed the 500 yards between the miniature ballistas and the boss in a breath. In the end, all 10 exploding arrows pierced the Titan Warrior's back and sides. Damages of over -100,000 appeared above the Titan Warrior's head, significantly reducing the mythic monster's HP. Although the sight overjoyed Azura's members, Shifeng couldn't bring himself to celebrate the outcome. Even after losing 50% of its attributes, the Titan Warrior's battle recovery restored 1,800,000 HP every 5 seconds. Although the miniature ballista attacks had dealt more damage than that, it hadn't been by much. At this rate, it would take the team hours to whittle down the Titan Warrior's HP. Meanwhile, world projection only lasted 10 minutes. While Shifeng tried to think of a solution, the Titan Warrior didn't wait around. Abruptly, it thrust its greatsword into the ground. 4-meter-tall figures then began to rise, one after another. Earthen Spirit, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 70. HP 10.000.000/10.000.000. In seconds, 4 earthen spirits stood before the team. Crap! How is this even fair? Is this a joke? We're doomed. Azura's members gaped when as the boss summoned reinforcements. The Titan warrior was already terrifying on its own, yet it could summon 4 Grand Lords. Suddenly, the 4 earthen spirits dashed for the miniature ballistas 500 yards away. Sure enough, the main god system won't let players easily exploit a loophole. Surfong frowned at the earthen spirits. Gritting his teeth, he took 2 summon guard scrolls from his bag. Chapter 1470, Slaying a Mythic Monster. Chapter 1470, Slaying a Mythic Monster. Anna and Kite appeared shortly after Surfong activated the summon guard scrolls. Although it had been some time since Surfong had last summoned the NPCs, neither personal guard had leveled up much. Anna was only level 76, whereas Kite was level 75. Kill those earthen spirits, Surfong commanded. Although Anna and Kite were only tier 2 NPCs, one was an epic guard, and the other was dark gold rank. On their own, they were more than capable of soloing a great lord of the same level. Although the earthen spirits were grand lords, with the 9-star polar domain and world projection suppression, they were only as strong as ordinary great lords. Neither of his personal guards should have any issues dealing with the earthen spirits. Following their master's command, Anna began to chant an incantation while Kite dashed towards the closest earthen spirit. While inside the 9-star polar domain, the earthen spirits were trapped. They could only bombard the magic barrier, but even the Titan warrior would struggle to destroy the strengthened 9-star polar domain, much less these weakened elementals. When he arrived before an earthen spirit, Kite swung one of his longswords. Dozens of wind blades bombarded the earthen spirit, each dealing minus 40,000 damage. By the time Kite's attack ended, the elemental had lost 1/10 of its HP. As a result of this attack, all 4 earthen spirits shifted their attention to the NPC. Although Kite's combat standards were superior to the earthen spirits, the latter had the advantages of higher attributes and numbers. Kite had no choice but to focus on defense. As he was forced to retreat one step after another, Anna finished her chant. Suddenly, a tier 3 golden giant and 10 tier 2 rock guardians appeared around Kite. These summoned creatures easily pulled 2 of the earthen spirits' aggro, alleviating the pressure on the NPCs. With both guards working together, they quickly got the upper hand in the fight. It was only a matter of time before the 4 earthen spirits died. Just what rank are those personal guards? They can actually suppress 4 Grand Lords. How are those NPCs' levels so high? Just who is the commander? Azura's members, who had begun to despair, were dumbfounded. Although they had seen players with personal guards in Cold Wind City before, those NPCs had been very weak and of little use to players. They couldn't compare to Anna and Kite's strength. Everyone prioritized the earthen spirits. We'll deal with the Titan warrior afterward. Surfong hurriedly instructed as he glanced at the elementals. Lifeless, move your group forward and use your combination skill from the side. Tier 1 skills and spells were almost no threat to the earthen spirits and the Titan warrior, but the combination skill was a different story. If Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness used Triple Frost Moon, the skill would be as powerful as a tier 3 spell. It should be able to deal a considerable amount of damage to the weakened mechanical life form, let alone the elementals. The players manning the miniature ballistas turned the weapons towards the earthen spirit Kite tanked, launching a volley of exploding arrows at the Great Lord. When the exploding arrows struck, the earthen spirit instantly lost 1/5 of its HP. Meanwhile, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness led 3 healers as they advanced. Unlike ordinary skills, a combination skill had an optimum formation. The closer the users were to that formation, the stronger the skill would be. Lifeless Thorn's group were among Cold Wind City's top experts. The trio quickly reached Kite's earthen spirit, forming a triangle around it. They then activated Triple Frost Moon simultaneously. Immediately, 3 crescent beams of light converged on the earthen spirit. Boom! The moment the 3 beams collided, they created a towering pillar of silver light that extended to the cavern's ceiling, devouring the elemental. The earthen spirit, which had less than a quarter of its HP remaining before the attack, transformed into particles of light and disappeared. Every player that saw the attack was stunned by its power. Lifeless Thorn's group was no exception. Only Surfong remained unfazed. In fact, he had expected the result. Combination skills were extraordinarily rare. If a team had won, it would elevate the team's damage output to a whole new level. Needless to say, the effects of such a skill against the Earthen Spirit, which had been suppressed to a Great Lord's standard, would be marvelous. However, although combination skills were very powerful, their cooldowns were long. These cooldowns generally lasted a minute or longer. The Earthen Spirit's death granted the team members a large amount of EXP. Unfortunately, the Grand Lord hadn't dropped any items. On the bright side, with one Earthen Spirit down, it became much easier to deal with the remaining 3. Less than 1 minute had passed between the first elemental's death and the last. When the team saw their overall damage, they felt as if they were dreaming. "Everyone, focus your on fire the Titan Warrior," Surfong shouted once the Earthen Spirits were gone. "Lifeless, only jump in after Triple Frostman's cooldown has ended." Understood. The team turned towards their last and largest target. With Anna and Kite's help, the team's overall damage output increased by a large chunk. As a result, the Titan Warrior's HP steadily fell. 98%, 95%, 90%. Time passed quickly. Throughout the battle, Surfong focused on controlling the 2 demons, distracting the Titan Warrior. When the demon's HP fell below 30%, he moved forward and activated Life Domain, healing all allies within a 50-yard radius by 10% every second for 30 seconds. The rest of the team bombarded the mechanical lifeform with attacks. While Triple Frostmoon was on cooldown, Lifeless Thorn's group used Tier 2 magic scrolls to attack. By the time World Projection's duration ended, the Titan Warrior only had 63% of its HP remaining. Surfong then fed the Ring of Gospel another 5,000 magic crystals and activated the skill once more. However, with this investment, Surfong ran out of magic crystals. When the Titan Warrior's HP reached 30%, the mythic monster bellowed and tossed its greatsword away. It then retrieved the 2 crimson sabers from its back and changed its attack pattern. Although its attack power had declined, its attack rate had doubled. Surfong had already struggled with maneuvering the 2 demons to block the Titan Warrior's attacks, but the sudden change overwhelmed him. As a result, the demon's HPs began to plummet. Even when Kite and the Golden Giant tried to help, they only slowed the draining HP slightly. When one demon's HP fell below 50% and the other fell below 30%, the Titan Warrior merged its twin sabers. It pointed its weapon at the demon with less than 30% of its HP. Suddenly, a scorching, red beam of light shot forward, tearing through the demon and only stopping after it crashed into the magic barrier. Even the magic barrier trembled when the beam struck. The fear demon died on the spot. The Tomahawk demon received some damage from the resulting shockwave as well, its HP falling to 31%. With only one demon remaining, Surfong had a harder time blocking the Guardian boss's attacks. The Tomahawk lost 2% of its HP, or more every second. Seeing this, Surfong realized that this fight had reached a critical moment. He immediately turned to Anna and commanded, "Activate Angel Summoning." The NPC didn't hesitate to start the incantation. When the Tomahawk demon's HP fell below 10%, a white-winged Valkyrie descended onto the battlefield. Her wings shuddering slightly, she arrived before the Titan Warrior, her golden spear sweeping towards the mythic monster. A golden flash blinded the players, and the impact threw the incomparably powerful Titan Warrior over 30 yards away, a damage of over -1 million appearing above its head. Before the Titan Warrior could react, the Valkyrie stood before it again, thrusting her spear of thunder into the mythic monster's heart, devouring a large chunk of its HP. "Attack with everything you have," Surfong shouted in the team chat. Abandoning his control over the Tomahawk demon, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation before dashing towards the Titan Warrior. Following suit, Lifeless Thorn, Solitary 9, and Dark Madness also activated their berserk skills and charged towards the boss. With the Valkyrie as the team's MT, they overwhelmed the Titan Warrior. The mythic monster couldn't even defend itself, much less retaliate. The Valkyrie could only join the fray for 10 seconds. Hence, holding nothing back, she used one powerful skill after another against the Guardian boss. Shifeng and the other Azura members used every skill and spell they had alongside her. The Titan warrior's HP fell rapidly. 20%, 15%, 10%. By the time the Valkyrie disappeared, the Titan warrior had 3% of its HP remaining. Lifeless Thorns trio then executed Triple Frost Moon, destroying a little over 1% of the mythic monster's HP. Following which, Shifeng activated Divine Providence before he and his doppelganger activated Flame Burst and Shadow Blade. By the time Shifeng's attacks ended, the Titan warrior had stopped moving, its HP gone. Chapter 1471, Mythic Monsters Loot. Chapter 1471, Mythic Monsters Loot. Success! We won. We actually killed a mythic monster. Despite their miserable state, when these players looked at the Titan warrior's corpse, excitement welled within them. For a moment, they even felt as if they were dreaming. Even the Snow Rift's gatekeeper had only been a level 70 Grand Lord. Even so, it was invincible to Cold Wind City's players. Yet, they had just defeated a monster even more powerful than that gatekeeper. Why wouldn't they be excited? Shortly after the Titan warrior's HP reached 0, it collapsed to the ground before transforming into numerous, large particles of light. As the light faded, they revealed many dazzling items. System, congratulations. You have obtained the first kill of the Ancient Shrine Protector. Rewards doubled. Rewarding Shrine Warrior title. After the announcement, the team members' experience bars rapidly increased. What bountiful EXP! Shifeng was astonished at how much his experience bar grew. After all, he had already reached level 58. He needed a tremendous amount of EXP to level up, yet even after it had risen from 95% of level 58 to level 59, it continued to increase. Level 59, 10%, 30%, 60%. His experience bar only started to slow after it passed 85% of level 59. It gradually increased until he eventually reached level 60. Shifeng wasn't the only one to experience the sensation. Everyone else had leveled up at least twice. Both Solitary 9 and Dark Madness had reached level 53, whereas Lifeless Thorn, who had a peak hidden class, had only reached level 52. After so many evolutions in God's domain, a team's EXP distribution had changed. If high-level players attempted to power-level low-level players, the newer players would receive a much smaller share of the EXP. Even with this new system in place, the Azura Adventurer team members, who were 10 levels lower than Shifeng, still received so much EXP. However, Shifeng was more interested in the Titan warrior's loot and the title from securing the first kill than he was in the EXP. Shrine Warrior? Shifeng then clicked to inspect the title. Shrine Warrior. Grants wielder the ancient shrine's favor. Reputation gain increased by 20% and teleportation fees halved. It halves teleportation fees and increases reputation gain by 20%. No wonder so many guilds had eagerly hunted ancient shrines' guardians in the past. Shifeng was slightly astonished. In Shifeng's previous life, ancient shrines had been very popular as many players loved to visit otherworlds. Otherworlds had a lot of money-making potential since they all had their own unique resources. Unfortunately, ancient shrines' teleportation's fees had been quite high. Not even elite players could afford to teleport to and from otherworlds frequently. However, traveling to an ancient shrine was typically more troublesome than the teleportation fees. Although ancient shrines had teleportation gates, these teleportation gates only allowed teleportation between a specific otherworld and the continent of God's domain. They wouldn't teleport players to specific locations like the local NPC cities. Players couldn't travel to the teleportation gates from the city's teleportation halls, either. If players had wanted to visit or leave an otherworld, they had to travel to an ancient shrine by foot. However, these shrines were usually tucked away in remote locations, and players had to face many monsters on the way. As a result, getting to a shrine had been very time-consuming. But there was a solution. Players could increase their reputation with specific ancient shrines. When a player earned 1,000 reputation points with a particular ancient shrine, they could purchase its ancient shrine emblem. Players could then use this emblem to teleport directly to the shrine, saving a lot of time. Because of this, many players had tried to grind reputation with ancient shrines. Unfortunately, doing so was no easy feat. Most players had been lucky to earn 500 reputation points after 1 or 2 months of hard work. Meanwhile, the Shrine Warrior title could increase players' reputation gain by 20%. Closing off the title's attribute panel, Shifeng began to organize the loot. As a mythic monster, the Titan Warrior dropped far better items than a Grand Lord of the same level. Moreover, the loot was even more impressive since they had gotten the first kill. With a quick glance, Shifeng spotted over 150 items. Seeing the small mountain of treasure, passion burned in Lifeless Thorn and his companions' eyes. They all wanted to dive into the pile. How bountiful! Even a super guild would be tempted to trying robbing us. Shifeng's excitement grew as he looked at the items in his bag. Although he had killed a lot of mythic monsters in his previous life, the difference between their loot and that of the Titan Warrior was like heaven and earth. Generally, mythic monsters had a high chance of dropping epic items. Some special mythic monsters could even drop fragmented legendary items. For example, the final boss in the Dragon's Graveyard, a forbidden land in the Black Dragon Empire, had a chance of dropping a fragmented legendary item. Although the Titan Warrior wasn't as powerful as the Dragon's Graveyard's final boss, its loot was quite impressive. The majority of the 150-plus items were rare materials for crafting epic weapons and equipment, all of which could easily fetch over 100 gold on the market. Among them, a particular item was an important component for forging the epic-ranked broken steel set equipment. Nucleus of Life. Epic set equipment had been out of Shifeng's reach in the past. The best he had equipped were individual epic weapons and pieces of equipment. It was common knowledge that set equipment was half a rank stronger than individual pieces of the same rank. If he had worn an epic set equipment back then, he would have had an 80% chance of completing his Tier 4 promotion. If he could forge the broken steel set now, he would become invincible. Although he had thought of doing so, the materials required to forge the broken steel set were simply too rare. Aside from the required mana stones, he had no way to collect the Titan ore or the flame, water, wind, and earth source crystals. And then there was the Nucleus of Life. One could only obtain a Nucleus of Life if they were lucky. There was no set method to obtain it. One could say that it was the most difficult material to obtain among the various required materials. Shifeng had never expected a Nucleus of Life to drop. Although he knew where he could obtain the rest of the materials, he wasn't strong enough to reach them yet. The Titan Warrior had also dropped plenty of master-ranked potions and magic scrolls of various tiers. Among the most precious scrolls was a Tier 4 magic scroll, Titan's Wrath, a Tier 4, large-scale destruction magic scroll. In a guild war, it would be a nightmare for the enemy. There were also quite a few Tier 2 skill books for various classes. The system only allowed players to learn low-tiered skills from NPCs during the early stages of the game to help them adapt to the game's environment. Players could only learn Tier 2 and above skills or spells from loot or purchasing them with legacy skill points. Skill books containing Tier 2 skills were incredibly rare, and many players in the past had only found a handful after reaching Tier 2, obtaining most from completing their promotion quest. As a result, those players hadn't been able to exhibit the true strength of their Tier 2 classes. The Titan Warrior had dropped over a dozen Tier 2 skill books. It had even dropped the popular Tier 2 spell for healers, Combat Resurrection. With this skill, healers could resurrect a fallen companion even while still in combat. It also reduced the normal death penalty by 40%. The only downside was the spell's 12-hour-long cooldown. There were also 2 combination skill books. However, one particular item had caught Shifeng's attention, a shield radiating a faint trace of divine might. It was the most eye-catching item among the loot. A shield? Shifeng activated Omniscient Eyes and began to appraise the item. Chapter 1472, Titan Guard. Chapter 1472, Titan Guard. In God's domain, any item that radiated divine might was extraordinary. Even more so were the weapons and equipment pieces that emitted the energy. After Shifeng scanned the shield with Omniscient Eyes, the system informed him of appraisal time. 20 seconds? Shifeng rejoiced. Normally, Epic items only took a dozen or so seconds to appraise. Since the shield had a 20-second appraisal time, it must be particularly high quality. Shields were very important to a team. If a team's MT had a powerful shield, the team would have a much easier time against boss monsters. Because of their importance, they were hard to find on the market. Furthermore, these shields were generally worth twice as much as a weapon of the same level. Once Omniscient Eyes finished appraising the Crescent Shield, the shield's attribute panel revealed itself to Surfong. What an awesome growth-type shield. Surfong was ecstatic when he saw the shield's statistics. Titan Guard Shield Bronze rank can grow. Minimum equipment level 50. Equipment requirement, strength 800. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Defense plus 3,550, level 50. Block rate, 32%. Strength plus 33, endurance plus 47, agility plus 29. Defense skill plus 1 levels. When equipped, all magic damage received reduced by 30%. Reaction speed increased by 20%. Paralysis effects reduced by 30%. Additional passive skill 1 dash. Guardian Shield. Automatically generates a layer of Guardian energy, which can block an attack every 30 seconds. Additional passive skill 2 dash. Iron Wall. Reduces the impact from incoming attacks by 30% and damage received by 10%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Titan's Heart. Generates a layer of protective energy that absorbs damage equivalent to 5 times of wielder's maximum HP for 30 seconds. During this time, players' battle recovery improved by 500% and healing received increased by 50%. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Titan's Will. Becomes immune to all control effects. Reduces all damage received by 80%. Increases attack speed by 50% and movement speed by 20%. Starting movement speed set at 70% of maximum movement speed. Duration, 15 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Cannot stack with other defensive skills. Additional active skill 3 dash. Titan's Domain. Every non-friendly target within a 30-yard radius will increase wielder's basic attributes by 1%, reduces damage received by 1%, and heals wielder by 0. 1% HP every second. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 2 hours. Maximum number of targets, 50. This shield can grow to Fragmented Legendary rank. Currently at Bronze rank. Growing to Mysterious Iron rank requires 1,000 magic crystals. This was the first time Surfong had ever seen a growth-type shield that could reach Fragmented Legendary rank. Although the Titan Guard was a Bronze-ranked shield right now, its skills were even more powerful than a Dark Gold shield of the same level. And these skills would become even more formidable as the shield's rank rose. Just thinking about how powerful the Titan Guard would become once it reached Fragmented Legendary rank made Surfong shudder with anticipation. Fragmented Legendary shields were extremely rare, arguably more so than legendary items. Any team with a shield of that rank would become famous throughout God's domain. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the team would be akin to an unkillable cockroach in boss raids. A Tier 1 metric ton wielding a fragmented legendary shield could easily tank a mythic monster 10 levels lower than them. After reaching Tier 2, said MT could even solo a mythic monster 5 levels higher. With an MT of that caliber, raiding a 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon would be a piece of cake even if the team's DPS and coordination were lacking. It might even have a chance of raiding high-difficulty, super large-scale team dungeons. With this, we won't need to worry about raiding super large-scale team dungeons. Surfeng's lips curled into a grin as he gazed at the Titan Guard. Following which, Surfong examined the other weapons and equipment that had dropped. The next best item was an Epid-ranked cape, the Titan Mantle, which focused on strength. There were also 8 pieces of level 60 dark gold equipment. Since Surfong already had the Nightwalker's cape, he gave the Titan Mantle to Lifeless Thorn. Now, the Berserker's equipment could rival that of peak experts in God's domain. "Commander, what about you?" Lifeless Thorn asked, giving Surfong a concerned look. If he had claimed not to be excited about obtaining the cape, he would have been lying. Every expert dreamed of epic items, after all. "Mine's even better. Besides, this is a loan. It'll only truly be yours after you've accumulated enough ACPs," Surfong said, chuckling. Nurturing powerful experts was more important than some epic cape right now. Had Solitary 9 or Dark Madness reached the refinement realm, he might have given them the item. I understand. I won't disappoint you. Lifeless Thorn nodded, not arguing. Shifeng then awarded the rest of his team with the corresponding contribution points, which they could use to purchase various weapons and equipment from the Azura adventuring team. Now that the Titan warrior was dead, Shifeng could finally breathe. Once the team had rested, they proceeded to the ancient shrine itself. When the team entered the shrine, they felt as if they had just stepped into another world. The shrine's interior was resplendent, a stark contrast to the bleak cavern. They spotted elves and mechanical NPCs going about their business. The place looked nothing like a desolate location. Aside from NPCs, the ancient shrine had various shops selling all sorts of items. There were even places for players to rest and repair their weapons and equipment. Azura's members excitedly looked around, but Shifeng didn't give his team time to digest their new environment. Instead, he led them to the teleportation hall on the shrine's second floor. When the team reached the teleportation hall, they were greeted by rows of mechanical NPCs guarding the space-time teleportation gate. These NPCs were all level 200, and the weakest among them was Tier 3. Anybody that dared to cause trouble here would die instantly. Hello, sir. If you wish to leave the Ice Crystal world, each member of your party must pay 1 mana stone or 100 magic crystals, the NPC elf standing before the teleportation gate explained, smiling when he saw Shifeng's group. However, since you are one of our ancient shrine's shrine warriors, your travel will only cost 50 magic crystals. How expensive? Shifeng frowned slightly. Among the various other worlds he had visited in the past, the most expensive had cost him 80 magic crystals, yet leaving the Ice Crystal world cost 50 after his 50% discount. Azura's members, who had been elated to leave Cold Wind City's region, were stupefied by the price. Although they could afford it, they would only have a few magic crystals left. Here's 50 mana stones. Shifeng didn't hesitate to hand over the mana stones he had prepared to trade for the temporal sand. As for the Countess's quest, he could send the Azura adventurer team to grind for the remaining ice crystal fragments. He still had enough time before the deadline. After Shifeng paid the teleportation fees for 100 people, the space-time teleportation gate slowly opened. Under Shifeng's lead, the team entered the gate and vanished from the ancient shrine's teleportation hall. Chapter 1473, Shocking Wealth. Chapter 1473, Shocking Wealth. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. Inside the congested teleportation hall, a constant stream of players appeared and vanished via the teleportation arrays. With every passing moment, new players arrived in Black Dragon City. The city's population grew by the day. As one of the teleportation arrays lit up, a 100-man team emerged. Why are so many people here? So this is Black Dragon City? The players here really are well equipped. Cold Wind City is no match for this place. These new arrivals stared at the gorgeous and spectacular teleportation hall as if they had just arrived in a new world. These people were none other than the Azura Adventure Team's members, who had just crossed over from the Ice Crystal world. You must be tired after grinding for so long. We'll disband for now, so get some rest. You can also use this opportunity to explore. I'll notify you through the team chat when it's time to meet back up, Shifeng said, chuckling as he watched his curious teammates. After leaving the Ice Crystal World's ancient shrine, their group teleported to an ancient shrine in the Great Thorn Forest, a neutral map not far from the Black Dragon Empire. Although that shrine had lacked a guardian boss, players couldn't teleport while in the Great Thorn Forest. They had no choice but to fight their way out of the map. Fortunately, the Great Thorn Forest was only a level 60 to level 80 map, so the enemies they encountered hadn't been ridiculously powerful. Even so, they had fought for over 10 hours before they reached the Empire. The team then arrived in a border town in the Black Dragon Empire with the help of Shifeng's space movement. From the border town, they teleported to Black Dragon City. After such a long fight, every team member was mentally exhausted. Since there was still some time before his agreement with Phoenix Rain, Shifeng let his adventurer team get some rest. Besides, he still had a few matters to see to, and moving as a group was too troublesome. All right, we'll do that. I wonder how many experts are here? I'm going to the Divine Colosseum to take a look. After Shifeng's dismissal, the team members excitedly left the teleportation hall. Lifeless Thorn, in particular, dashed straight towards Black Dragon City's Divine Colosseum. After the team split up, Shifeng hailed an advanced carriage and made his way to the city's auction house. During his time in the Ice Crystal world, he had purchased many of the Otherworld's unique, rare materials. Including the items his Azura Adventurer team had gathered, his bag space and epic-ranked spatial bag were full to the brim. Although he had been absent from God's Domain's continent for some time, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose had sent him regular reports. The various large guilds had been busy trying to equip their members with mounts by offering their elite and expert members subsidies. Mounted players could explore distant resource maps, gathering more resources for their guilds. They could also level up faster due to fewer competitors. Naturally, Zero Wing couldn't fall behind. Although Zero Wing earned a lot from Stone Forest Town's Battle Arena and Auction House, and White River City's Candlelight Trading Firm and Teleportation House, it didn't have much to spare to purchase mounts for its elites due to its expansion on two fronts. Hence, this was a good opportunity to earn a quick buck from selling the Ice Crystal World's rare materials and set some aside for guild mounts. Many of the materials he had gathered during his trip were ice-type items. Not only could they be used to craft weapons and equipment, but they would also be useful in brewing potions that increased ice resistance and ice-type damage, both of which God's Domain's continent sorely lacked. Mainstream players had already begun to encounter leveling maps with various environments, and as a result, increasing one's resistances had become a necessity. Without those resistances, players' leveling speed and combat power would suffer. Frost steel, or in particular, was the main material to produce ice resistance armor kits and mysterious iron and secret silver with ice resistance. In the Ice Crystal world, a stack of 100 frost steel or only sold for 1 gold. In God's Domain, a stack could go for more than 5 gold. Shifeng had intentionally collected a large stock of the material. He had planned to sell the materials in Zero Wing's auction house, but at the end of the day, Stone Forest Town didn't see enough traffic. It was no match for Black Dragon City. Moreover, only a high-population city like Black Dragon City could exhaust his stock. If he tried to sell the materials in Starmoon Kingdom, he'd saturate the market, and the prices would eventually fall. Half an hour later, Shifeng arrived before the Black Dragon auction house. He saw far more players than his visit a few days ago. There were several times more merchant players from other kingdoms and empires specifically. These merchant players hawked their wares outside the building in an intense competition. After entering the auction house, Shifeng found a secluded corner and took a seat. He then called up the auction house's system interface and began to place various items up for sale. He had bought almost every ingot of Frost Steel or Cold Wind City had to offer, collecting over 5,000 stacks. Aside from the Frost Steel ore, Shifeng had over 3,000 stacks of ice-capped grass, a required component for brewing intermediate ice resistance potions. Each stack had sold for 60 silver in Cold Wind City, but in the Black Dragon Empire, they could sell for 3 gold. Overall, Shifeng had over 16,000 stacks of materials. Among them, over 13,000 stacks were common materials in the Ice Crystal world. For now, he only sold the common materials, saving the more valuable items for the Candlelight Trading Firm. Someone selling Frost Steel, or for 5 gold per stack. That's so cheap. I finally found the ice-capped grass I've been looking for. It wasn't long before players bought out the first batch of materials Shifeng had scheduled in the auction house. Due to the intense competition for the items, Shifeng made more than the marketplace even after deducting the processing fees. Overall, just the first batch of materials had earned Shifeng a net profit of over 3,000 gold. At this rate, he should be able to earn over 30,000 gold. And this was his profit after a single visit to the Ice Crystal world. If the various super guilds learned his secret, they'd pop a blood vessel in envy. After he finished dealing with the common materials, Shifeng used a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Stone Forest Town. He stored the remaining materials in the town's Candlelight Trading Firm. He also collected the magic crystals the town had stockpiled while he had been gone to upgrade the Titan Guard. He had spent most of his magic crystals during the battle with the Titan Warrior, so he only had a few hundred crystals on hand. It wasn't enough to upgrade the Titan Guard. The number of magic crystals Stone Forest Town's advanced auction house and battle arena had earned stunned Surfong. Even after deducting the town's expenses, Stone Forest Town had earned over 60,000 magic crystals in just 3 days. However, upgrading the Titan Guard wouldn't be cheap. After spending 1,000 magic crystals to upgrade the shield from bronze to mysterious iron rank, he spent another 3,000 crystals upgrading it to secret silver rank, 6,000 to fine gold rank, 10,000 to dark gold rank, and 18,000 to epic rank. Unfortunately, upgrading the shield to fragmented legendary rank would cost 100,000 magic crystals. In the end, Surfong could only afford to upgrade the Titan Guard to epic rank. He'd have to save the last upgrade for the future. Guild leader, you're finally back. I bought a large stock of flame potions as you asked. Do you want me to send them over? Aqua Rose asked, smiling. Aqua Rose and her team had grinded for flame potions in the Flaming Rain Mountains while Surfong had been gone. Since it was a neutral map, it had an abundance of extremely powerful monsters. If not for her leadership, they might not have completed their task. Furthermore, due to the map's difficulty, she had leveled up, reaching level 51. Good. Surfong nodded and glanced at the time. It was almost time for his appointment with Phoenix Rain, and he said, "Let's meet up in Black Dragon City. And notify Snow to pick a team of experts. We're going on a trip to Apocalypse City. We're heading out on another excursion? All right." Aqua Rose was instantly overjoyed. She then disconnected the call and contacted Gentle Snow. Chapter 1474, Zero Wings Auction. Chapter 1474, Zero Wings Auction. Surfong didn't hurry to return to Black Dragon City after the call disconnected. Instead, he left the Candlelight trading firm and headed to the Zero Wing auction house. The Titan Guard would be of immense help when the guild raided dungeons. If he upgraded the shield to fragmented legendary rank in time, it could also help them capture the Manatite vein on Karna Island. However, 100,000 magic crystals were not easy to come by. So, he decided to sell some of the more valuable materials he had obtained in the Ice Crystal World in Zero Wings auction house. Coins were the main currency in NPC auction houses, but Zero Wings was an advanced auction house. Players were allowed to use other currencies in their transactions, including magic crystals. This was also the reason that the various major powers in the past had sought their own. As expected of an advanced auction house, the place has developed quickly. It's no wonder why Ouroboros rose to power so quickly in the past. Before Surfong reached the building, he spotted massive crowds wandering in and out of the auction house. It was far more lively than Black Dragon's auction house. Based on Aqua Rose's reports, Stone Forest Town's player population had stabilized at over 1 million due to Zero Wings auction house. It was enough to rival a major NPC city. Such a high number of players also allowed the various large guild spies to investigate the establishment. Some had even tried to bribe Zero Wings core members to learn how their guild could obtain an advanced auction house. Among the guilds trying to probe for information, Aqua Rose had discovered a few shadows from super guilds. Unfortunately, although these players' bribes were tempting, not even Aqua Rose knew how they had obtained the advanced auction house design, much less the core members. In the end, these spies had returned empty-handed. As soon as Surfong entered the auction house, several level 20 to 30 merchant players stepped into his path before he reached the counter. Moreover, he wasn't the only player they had interrupted. These merchant players in luxurious, non-attributed clothing approached any player that tried to enter the auction house. "Fellow friend, do you intend to sell items here?" a female oracle in a light blue dress asked after approaching Surfong. Softly, she continued, "I can help you sell and purchase items. If you have items to sell, I'll help pay a portion of the processing fees. If you're looking for items, depending on the item's value, I'll help cover the cost up to 1 gold. Surfong had intended to ignore the woman, but upon seeing the oracle's name, he paused. "Why is she here?" Surfong stared at the smiling player in shock. The female oracle's name was Susie. She wasn't a fighting expert or some upper echelon from a guild or top adventurer team. Rather, she had been a famous merchant in the Black Dragon Empire and its neighbors. Shifeng had conducted various business deals with Suzy in the past. Through her, he had secured a steady supply of various resistance potions, which had been very rare at the time. The potions had helped Shadow pioneer a neutral map and encounter plenty of opportunities. Unfortunately, Suzy hadn't had a powerful background. After amassing immense wealth for herself, some of the large guilds had targeted her. In the end, they plundered her coins and resources. Although Suzy had tried to take revenge, she hadn't had any influence or strength. Eventually, she had been forced elsewhere to develop. After that incident, Shifeng had lost track of the woman. Shifeng had never thought that he'd run into her here. What benefits do you offer for helping foot a portion of the processing fees? Shifeng asked curiously. I'm trying to join Zero Wings auction. To do so, I need to meet a certain transaction quota. I'd like to use your items to meet that quota, Suzy explained without withholding anything. Hearing this, realization dawned on Shifeng. An advanced auction house would periodically hold NPC auctions. During these auctions, players could bid on all sorts of precious items. However, not just any player could participate. Players needed to complete a specified number of transactions first. Fulfilling these quotas might be easy for adventurer teams and guilds, but they were quite demanding of individual merchant players. How many are you missing? Shifeng asked. Suzy frowned at the question, but she offered an answer. I'm roughly 500 gold away from qualifying for the intermediate auctions. Although she put up quite a few of her own items in Zero Wings auction house, many of them hadn't sold due to the intense competition. She was forced to resort to other methods to fulfill her quota. All right, help me sell these items, then. But I'll only accept magic crystals. Shifeng handed the woman 10 ingots of the absurdly rare Arctic manatite. The market price for Arctic manatite was over 50 gold per piece, and even then, no one willing sold theirs. Arctic manatite? Suzy's jaw nearly hit the ground when she saw the material this swordsman intended to sell. Ordinary players might not recognize Arctic manatite, but merchant players were very familiar with the material. Many of the various large guilds were preparing to pioneer neutral maps, and they all needed various materials to craft resistance items. Arctic manatite was one such example. One ingot could easily sell for 180 magic crystals or more. Meanwhile, magic crystals' current market price had climbed to 30 silver each. Even at such a high price, guilds would fight over the metal, yet Shifeng wanted to sell 10 ingots. Are you sure you want to consign them with me? Suzy asked, giving Shifeng a surprised look. She understood what it meant for a player to so easily collect 10 ingots of Arctic manatite. With Shifeng's wealth, he likely wasn't worried about processing fees. Every coin counts, Shifeng said, nodding. Suzy had more or less helped in him the past. Since he had encountered her in this life, he didn't mind returning the favor. Upon hearing the swordsman's agreement, Suzy stopped wasting time talking with the man. She pulled a pre-prepared contract from her bag and began to fill in some of the blank areas. Since this was a consignment, the consignor would have to receive the materials to put them up for sale in the auction house. To protect both parties, they'd sign a contract. Within minutes, both players signed the contract. Once the arrangement was complete, Shifeng turned and headed up to the second floor. Meanwhile, Suzy was ecstatic as she looked at the 2 copies of the contract. Once she sold the Arctic manatite, she would complete her quota. All she would need to do then was prepare for the intermediate auction. However, when Suzy read the consignee's name, she was dumbfounded. How is this possible? He's Zero Wingsy Foam? Suzy spun around, spotting Shifeng as he walked toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom knew about Zero Wing. It was, without a doubt, the kingdom's #1 guild and overlord. The names of the guild's upper echelons was engraved on every player's mind. Although Yifeng wasn't as famous as Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, everybody knew that he was one of Zero Wing's core upper echelons. It was rumored that even Aqua Rose, one of the guild's vice leaders, had to follow the man's commands from time to time. To an insignificant player like her, Yifeng was far out of her reach. She could only ever gaze up at someone like him. When she thought about how she had engaged such a man for a business transaction, she was speechless. Chapter 1475, Gathering of Experts. Chapter 1475, Gathering of Experts. On the auction house's second floor, Shifeng followed an NPC to a VIP reception room. He had treated his transaction with Susie as an investment. Aside from her keen business sense, Susie had made a name for herself in the Black Dragon Empire as a merchant due to her resource channels. The various first-rate guilds in the past had struggled to secure a steady supply of various resistance potions, yet she had succeeded where they had failed. It was hard to imagine a merchant player with no background obtaining so many resistance potions. Moreover, she had also sold various rare items that had tempted the large guilds. Hence, forming a connection with this merchant player was a wise move. "Boss, do you wish to sell all of these items?" the advanced manager NPC asked as he examined the large pile of materials on the table. "Yes. Sell them in batches. Only accept magic crystals as payment." Shifeng nodded. An advanced auction house offered two methods for selling items. With the first, players could manually decide when their items went up for sale, while the second option allowed them to leave that up to NPCs. NPCs would then sell the items based on the player's requirements and the current demand, putting them up for sale when they could generate the most profit. However, only the auction house's advanced members had access to the second method. Every player dreamed of accessing this option. Not only would it save them the hassle, but their items would also sell at an appropriate time. Usually, players increase their profits by at least 10% with this method. 10% might not make a difference for a transaction worth dozens of silver coins, but it was a different story for those worth hundreds or thousands of gold. This was one of the advanced auction house's trump cards. However, Shifeng had no intention of offering this function to the public just yet. Otherwise, the various superpowers would become even more eager to obtain their own establishment. They might even attempt to steal the building. After all, God's domain had certain tools that could return a building to its design even after its construction, but doing so was difficult and costly. Although the rare materials he wanted to sell wouldn't earn 100,000 magic crystals, he should be able to earn around 60,000. Including the income from the auction house fees and the battle arena, he should have enough to upgrade the Titan Guard. Once he finished in the auction house, Shifeng glanced at the time. He then used a return scroll to travel to White River City before making his way to Black Dragon City. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City. The teleportation hall had fallen silent due to the arrival of a particular player group. What? They're actually from Zero Wing. They're so strong. Aren't they Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose? Why are Zero Wing's vice guild leaders here? Is that the Flame Witch? I've heard that she recently taught the dark guilds lurking around Lake Heart City another lesson. With no way to deal with her, they had been forced out of the city. Why are so many people from Zero Wing here? Are they going to declare war on some guild? When Gentle Snow and the other core members of Zero Wing arrived in the teleportation hall, everyone turned towards the party. Every player in the area felt an immense pressure weigh down on them the moment the group arrived. Many people unconsciously stepped out of the way, opening a path for Zero Wing's members. The Black Dragon Empire's players hadn't been particularly familiar with Zero Wing several days ago, but after the ranking competition and the siege war, it had become one of the most popular guilds in the Empire, with countless players attempting to join. However, after the ranking competition and the siege war, Zero Wing had already become one of the most popular guilds in the Empire, and many players desperately wanted to join. With such a large group of the guild's experts before them, why wouldn't they be surprised? In the past, almost no one knew how strong Zero Wing was, but looking at these members, every player in the teleportation hall sighed with admiration. Not only were Zero Wing's members sitting atop their mounts, but their levels were also awesomely high. The lowest leveled among them was level 48. Even the number 1 expert on the Black Dragon Empire's ranking list was only level 48. Guild leader, everyone's arrived. We can set out at any time, Gentle Snow said when she noticed Shifeng approach. Good. Shifeng nodded in satisfaction at the strict, orderly 100-man team before him. Take a quick break. The others will arrive shortly. We'll head over once everyone's here. There are more. Gentle Snow was a little confused. As far as she knew, they were here to help Phoenix Rain raid the Sunset Forest. She hadn't heard of the woman asking for other reinforcements. As soon as Gentle Snow finished her question, a team entered the teleportation hall, approaching her group. Every player on the team wore a black cloak, hiding their levels, but she felt the threat of death around all of them. When Gentle Snow looked a particular berserk with a dark purple spear across his back, she felt as if she were looking at a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage. The berserker's aura was also as sharp as a blade. For a moment, Gentle Snow sensed the threat of death radiating from this berserker. A peak expert? Gentle Snow was surprised and alert as she quietly examined the berserker. In fact, Gentle Snow wasn't the only one who felt it. Aqua Rose and Zhao Yueru were also aware of this particular player. This berserker was none other than Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Lifeless Thorn. Lifeless Thorn also felt a great deal of pressure from Zero Wing's team. Although he had never fought any of these players, his senses as an expert told him that few were strong enough of rivaling his strength among Zero Wing's 100-man team. Let me introduce you. These two are Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. This is Lifeless Thorn, who hails from the Ice Crystal world, Shifeng said. He could not help but chuckle as the players eyed each other. Both of your teams will be involved in this undertaking. Guild leader? Commander? All three players turned to Shifeng in unison, confused. Shifeng then patiently explained Zero Wing's guild and the Azura Adventurer team to both sides. The news shocked all of them, and both teams struggled to digest the information. Guild leader, just how many secrets are you hiding? Shock overwhelmed Gentle Snow as she watched Azura's members. Although the black cloaks prevented her from gauging the adventurers' strength, based on their movements, she could tell that every member of the team was an expert. The various large guilds would offer insane prices to recruit such experts, and even then, they had only succeeded in convincing a small number to join them. Yet, Shifeng revealed one ally after another. Now he even had a top-tier adventurer team. For a moment, Gentle Snow wondered if the man was backed by some super guild. What other explanation was there for the continued emergence of so many experts in Zero Wing? Once Shifeng confirmed that everyone had arrived, he smiled and announced, "Since we're all here, let's head out to Apocalypse City." Chapter 1476, Zero Wing Arrives. Chapter 1476, Zero Wing Arrives. Apocalypse Empire, Apocalypse City, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. As the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main headquarters, the residence was lively as members often came and left. At this moment, however, tension gripped the residence's front courtyard. Both pavilion masters and their respective forces stood in the courtyard, each occupying one side with a clear divide between the two. The smell of gunpowder wafted between the forces. Most of the uninvolved guild members were too afraid to enter the residence. It was common knowledge in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion that Phoenix Rain and Nine Dragons Emperor were in a constant struggle for the Great Pavilion Master's position. At this point, neither side held anything back. If players weren't careful, they could get caught in the crossfire and die without knowing what killed them. What's going on? Why are both Pavilion Masters here? Don't you know? I've heard that a historical site is going to open today, so they've gathered here before setting out. Look, some of the guild's more elusive experts are among them, too. Our guild's experts aren't the only ones here. Look at those players. They aren't wearing our guild's emblem. They must be hired help. I've heard that the historical site they plan to raid is particularly powerful, a Grade 1 ancient ruin. The treasures in the ruin will definitely help whichever side gets them first. The Nine Heavens Pavilion's 9th floor master raided a Grade 2 historical site. Nobody knows what items he found, but the elders promoted him to 8th floor master. It caused quite a commotion in the guild. It's no wonder why our pavilion masters are so desperate to compete for the ancient ruin. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members chatted quietly as they watched the guild's two major factions stare each other down. The requirements to become the next great pavilion master had already been announced to the guild as a whole. Now, all they had to do was wait and see which pavilion master completed the requirements first. Since they had found a Grade 1 historical site, the two factions would spare no effort in obtaining the first clear. After all, this competition over the ruin might affect the outcome on Thunder Island. Big Sis Rain, those people seem to be from Bloody Paradise, Blue Phoenix said, her expression darkening as she watched the several dozen players behind Nine Dragons Emperor. One thing separated these players from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members: a blood-red pattern on the back of their hands. Bloody Paradise was not a guild, but a famous adventurer team in the virtual gaming world. Although Bloody Paradise was only an adventurer team, it had outlasted many large guilds. However, Bloody Paradise was powerful because, to the adventurer team, strength was everything. The adventurer team had become famous in the gaming world due to its history of provoking super guilds. The adventurer team had even foiled these super guilds' attempts to eliminate the team. Bloody Paradise would do anything for money. For a high enough price, they'd even strike out against a super guild. Nine Dragons Emperor really has gone all out. Phoenix Rain could not help but frown as she watched a black-clad, middle-aged man chat merrily with Nine Dragons Emperor. She was very familiar with Bloody Paradise. Although it wasn't a super guild, its experts were no less powerful than many of those in the various superpowers. This was especially true for the adventurer team's current commander, Undead. Undead had ranked 18th on the God's Domain experts list, but he had recently risen to rank 11. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's old monsters were afraid of the man. The black-clad man beside Nine Dragons Emperor was none other than the monster known as Undead. Phoenix Rain also noticed quite a few familiar experts among her competitors' team. Only these great experts were not as famous as Undead. Although she had recruited quite a few experts herself, even inviting Quiet Melody, the Vice Temple Master of the Super Guild, Sacred Temple, they were insignificant compared to Nine Dragons Emperor's recruits. Furthermore, Quiet Melody was only helping as a good friend. Phoenix Rain hadn't been able to borrow the Sacred Temple's true strength. Nine Dragons Emperor flashed Phoenix Rain a gleeful smile. He could already see the Sunset Forest's treasure in his bags. Nine Dragons Pavilion Master, your opponent seems quite formidable. She's invited quite a few exciting experts to help her, Undead said, smiling as he glanced at the people beside Phoenix Rain. True, she has recruited a good number of experts, but how can any of them compare to you, Commander Undead? Your team will likely have an easy enough time defeating them, Nine Dragons Emperor responded. He had already investigated Phoenix Rain's allies. Only Quiet Melody and the few experts she had brought with her were worth any concern. Moreover, this was a historical site raid, not a PvP battle. Once we enter the ruin, I'll rely on you to take the lead. The team Undead had brought with him was leagues above Quiet Melody's. Bloody Paradise was precisely the reason that the Nine Heavens Pavilion's 9th floor master had secured the first clear of a Grade 2 historical site. On his own, the 9th floor master would have failed. Rest assured, I've already collected quite a bit of information on the Sunset Forest and seen to ample preparations, Undead stated. However, Nine Dragons Pavilion Master, you have to fulfill your promise as soon as possible. Of course. Nine Dragons Emperor nodded. As the Sunset Forest's activation time approached, both sides completed the final groundwork for the raid. A historical site was far more dangerous than a dungeon. Multiple team wipes were normal. Players would also go through resources such as stamina, concentration, and mana far faster than outside of the ruin. Without preparing, a team could easily waste the opportunity. Big Sis Rain, it's almost time to depart, but Zero Wing isn't here yet. Should we contact them? Blue Phoenix asked anxiously. Although every team entering the historical site would have the same amount of time, the sooner they entered the ruin, the sooner they could secure the first clear. Glancing at the time, Phoenix Rain noticed that they only had 15 minutes before the Sunset Forest opened. All right, give them a call, Phoenix Rain said. Just as Blue Phoenix pulled up her communication interface, a large group of players rode through the residence's entrance. The moment these people arrived, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in their way instinctively parted to open a pat as the pressure the team radiated swept over them. Zero Wing. A cold glint flashed in Nine Dragons Emperor's eyes when he saw Shifeng at the head of the group. Due to Zero Wing, the resource towns he had invested in had been destroyed. Although Zero Wing hadn't captured the 2 towns, they had flattened them. They would be incredibly expensive to rebuild. Even if he had the funds, Zero Wing could simply destroy them all over again. As a result, he had been forced to watch as those 2 resource towns had gone to waste. Nine Dragons Emperor wanted nothing more than the guild's extermination. Zero Wing's members are so high-leveled. Crap, isn't that the Flame Witch? Look, she's Aqua Rose. Didn't she defeat the Shadow Dragon Legion? The Phoenix Pavilion Master is amazing. She actually hired Zero Wings members. The competition for the historical site's first clear will be interesting. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members in the courtyard erupted into a fevered discussion as Zero Wings members walked into their residence. Everyone had heard of Zero Wings experts. You're tuning in to the Lee May's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.